All right, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back to another episode of hashtag CB99 Talks. Of course, this is going to be a live one. This is episode 110. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. Going to do this year-end review with y'all. So, of course, I'm going to let a few of y'all come in. So, yeah, just want to go ahead and get that out the way and let this music bump for a little bit as y'all come up in the building. So, give me 1 second. We're going to get this thing underway. All right, what's going on, y'all? We back up in here with another live. It's been like a week, right? It's been about a week, like six some days. So we back up in here. Got to talk. There go my man BJ, Marcus Bell. What's going on? Man, BJ, aka Derek Lewis. He know what I'm talking about. That's all I'm gonna say. That's my man BJ, aka Derek Lewis. That's all I'm gonna say. Mister, don't test him. Don't test him. But yeah, man, we back. What's going on? Happy, happy New Year. This is the New Year week, just in case I don't jump back on later, just so y'all, know that I can be a little tied up this weekend, maybe, So yeah, happy New Year, early happy New Year. Hope everybody had a good holiday. But yeah, man, I wanted to get back on and do this year in review 2022. And it's a little longer than the one I did last year and the year before that. we're gonna go through some different things because there was a lot of interesting things that happened this year to me. You know, a lot of different outcomes and fights. Um, some good things, some bad things, you know. So I wanna kind of switch it up, talk about some different things as you can see right here. So I'm gonna be jumping back and forth with y'all in the chat. And um I will be looking at these little slides too. You know, I'm gonna be popping up with little slides here just so y'all know where we at. All right. So glad everybody could join. Lolita said I am at work listening. That's always a good thing, you know. Helps relieve the stress of the day. So continue bumping it at work, Lolita. Shout out to Lolita, y'all. Mojo said good evening. Welcome back. Oh yeah, feels good to be back. Feels good to be back. So yeah, year-end review 2022. I want to talk about my favorite cards. You know, just like 2 or 3. I give y'all like 3 or like 3, maybe 4 my favorite cards. And just like overall, you know, as far as how they turned out to be. It don't even have to be about women's fights. It ain't even got to be about the women's fights in these. My favorite fights of this year, fights, you know, I got to go back and watch a couple times, you know, 2 or 3 times. Most improved fighters, who's some most improved fighters this year, and who to look out for next year, 2023. And then, you know, I want to do an update on my quadruple threat. Not an update as far as changing, but just see where everybody's like left off. You know what I mean? Like we still looking at the current quadruple threat, but we just want to see where everybody stands. All right. And then I got to do a part with fighters who need to step it up, fighters who have to step it up in 2023. All right. We got to talk about it. So, yeah, y'all, you know, y'all want to hear truth like I always give y'all. You know, I'm not too loud and too emotional, but I'm going to give you some cold, hard truth. Right. So, there's a few fighters that need to step it up. Okay. Then we're going to go into my best, or I'm like I call it the beast of. I want to pick my best armbar, my best Kimura, beast Kimura, whatever you want to call it, the best submission or rear naked choke. Y'all know which one I'm talking about with this. I bet y'all can guess this. Then I want to do the best comeback in a fight. Best comeback in a fight. Then my best KOs this year. And the fight I thought was fight of the year. Fighter of the year. And what I'm looking forward to in 2023. Okay. Then if I'm done and still have time, which I'm not going to spend too much time on a lot of this stuff, I want maybe if somebody wants to come in and give me their best of in 2022. If they want a link, it's there. All right. Okay. So let's get this thing underway. Just want to load something up here. So yeah, man. There was a few cards here that I enjoyed in 2022 as a whole. And I think we talked about it before, like just throughout the year. I probably have to say, let me pull these pictures up here. There we go. Yeah, I probably say these are probably the cards that I enjoyed the most. I enjoyed the most from 2022. You know, back in the summer, this Teixeira Proska card, it was lit. You know, it was lit from the prelims up to the main event. That Singapore card was hitting. You know, I think maybe for one, you know, I was out of town at the time and, you know, I was just hyped up that night. And, you know, I remember when I was watching it, I don't think I was doing a live with y'all, but I might have been in like coach's chat or something that night. And it was just like live. It was lit while I was watching the card. You know, everybody was getting emotional. It was crazy. It was crazy, man, because, you know, the Valentina Santos fight had everybody up in arms, everybody arguing, like, who won this fight? Who won that fight? You know, so that was a crazy one. I think just had everybody going. And then, of course, Weili, you know, with her knockout win over Joanna, it just had it like rated even higher that night, you know. And of course, the main event was good. Teixeira Proska was a good fight. And overall, the card was good. You know, you had, what's her name? Juarez knockout Leon Na on that card. and I was almost about to bet on Liang Na in that fight, but something told me not to. So yeah, it turned out to be a good night for me. We're not betting on her, but yeah, man, that was a good card. Then Qatar and Emmett was a good card. That was another one, bloody action. I think that's like one of the ones that had like a bunch of stoppages. It was just like constant stoppages in the prelims. And then the Santos Hill was the same way. It was just like nonstop people getting knocked out. And Usman's brother, Muhammad Usman, the way he knocked out oh boy here, that was like one of the craziest knockouts, man. Then Juju's fight against Brogan, it was a good stoppage. So these were all good cards. This Invicta 48. I know people didn't really like the main event, but to me, I liked the main event. Ten and Ruben, and there was some good fights on the card too. So I liked it. It was cool with me. Yeah, but yeah, those was BJ. That card was lit, man. That card was lit that night. That Prosper Teixeira card, Santos and Hill though, man, made me want to go back and watch them cards because they're not very long because every single fight was a finish on a couple of these cards. So yeah, man, if you haven't like watched these cards, these are the ones to go back and check out. All right, so let me go through a few of my favorite fights in WMMA, and this is across the spectrum in Invicta and the UFC, just in case y'all missed them. Okay, this fight here between Autumn Norton and Maria Jujit, good fight, good battle. This girl Autumn Norton, she ain't playing. She be going in there throwing bombs. Maria Jujit, same with her. She was in there throwing down in this fight. It was on that Invicta 48 card. Ended in a knockout for Autumn Norton. And the girl, she likes to showboat. Kind of reminds me like another, not really exactly like Chelsea Chandler, just that energy that, she's rough, she's a dog, and she likes to fight, So that was one I enjoyed. But the banger on this card was this fight between Isis Verbeek and Melissa Parker. This one was crazy. This was a crazy fight, man. Like, if you want to see throwback, it's these two girls right here. It was like a throwback boxing match, the way they was going at it. Isis Verbeek taking bombs. I can't remember who it was, got dropped with a flying knee, got back up and fought harder. It was crazy, man. Melissa Odessa, pure boxer, didn't really have the other gears, the switches. So, Isis Verbeek won the fight, but she still put up a good effort. It was still good effort from her. So I definitely enjoyed that fight, man. Got to go back and watch that. These fights are free on YouTube, so y'all can check them out there, Next fight I would say is, I'm not a Kayla Harrison hater, but I thought this was a good fight. The third fight between Pacheco and Harrison, it was a good fight because I like the energy that Pacheco brought this time. She really wanted it, and she fought her heart out this time. She fought her heart out and had many tools that Kayla Harrison wasn't ready for. I mean, she was knocking this girl around, rocking her, taking her down, fighting off her back. It was just a good effort from Larissa Pacheco. Couldn't stop Kayla, but for some reason this time around, I was kind of like, man, I should put money on her. But if anybody deserves to be knocked out, it's me for not putting money on her, man, because I was like, man, something told me this time around that this would be her day, and she showed it, so I thought it was a good fight. That was definitely a good fight to me. All right. And I know y'all know I got to put this up here. This was a good one. Ruho versus Andrea Lee. If you're on Ruho versus Andrea Lee, this was a good fight. From the first round, from round one, I mean, when Andrea Lee dropped Ruho, I was already like, okay, here we go. I was like, Ruho about to get knocked out. But then she come back and starts putting in that work. Just switches gears on Andrea Lee, starts busting her up, just starts picking her up and slamming her throughout this fight. Had Andrea Lee in such a position of frustration that her boyfriend started going there, calling her dirty Brazilian. That's when you're winning. That's when you're winning, whenever they start talking that type of trash. You know what I mean? So Vivian Ruho definitely put it on Andrea Lee. And Andrea Lee showed a good effort. I mean, she came to fight. And that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some action, and she brought it. But Ruho, proved to be the better fighter that night. All right. And I don't care what anybody says. I like this fight too. This fight right here, Nunez Pena 2. This was a banger. This was a banger for somebody that won every single round. Didn't look like she won every single round. Y'all can't lie, man. Nunez won every single round, but by the end of the fight, with her leaving on crutches and having her eye swollen, you would think that this fight was like a split decision or a draw. So Pena definitely made her mark in this fight. I mean, couldn't win a single round, got dropped 5 times, came out with a big gash on her head, maybe suffered a minor concussion, who knows, but she definitely made it she made it a dog fight for Nunez. And yeah, I agree with the boss. That's a runner-up right there. Should be on my list too, but yeah, I just want to pick a few. But yeah, Yasmin Harigan, Yasmin Lucindo, that was a really good fight. That was another good fight, definitely. I agree with that one for sure. All right. So those are my fights I had to pick this year, 2022. Those are some of the big ones I enjoyed watching. But let me see who else. Yeah, that was all I had for that. But let me go to this list here. I'm gonna go to my most improved for 2022, and you can agree, you can disagree, but this is who I got on my list of most improved. Look, I don't know if most of y'all don't watch Invicta. You don't. I got to give it to Julianna Corsi. She's one of the most improved because this girl won the belt. She won the belt, and she won it in dominant fashion. Everybody thought she would lose to Jessica Delboni, but she came in there, put that work in, and submitted Jessica Delboni. And before that, she knocked out my girl Lindsey VanZant. In every fight, I was picking against her, so I got to give her credit. I picked Lindsey VanZant to beat her, mostly because I'm a fan, yeah. But I thought she had the style to do it. Jessica Delboni, tough girl, she earned the belt. But I had to pick Julianna Corsi, man, because she proved me wrong both times. Left me looking like a fool out here. For picking against her 2 times. So I got to give respect where it's due. Julianna Corsi, you proved me wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about now. Now I still know what I'm talking about, but definitely, maybe I should get her on so I can tell her how wrong I was for picking against her 2 times. I think that would be fair, right? That would be fair. That would be fair. Get her on and say, hey, I picked against you 2 times, and yeah, I was wrong. So yeah, I'm going on record say, Julianna Corsi, I was wrong for picking against you because you have improved on the ground, improved with your striking. You knocked my girl out with that one power shot. Doggone. James Perez, it is not recorded. I am right here. I'm live and in the flesh. So what's going on, James? And shout out to James. He dropped this little translation for me on the Manon interview to make sure everything was legit. And yeah, everything was legit. It was legit. So shout out to Mr. Perez, always coming through. All right. And look, once again, I don't mind. Look, I don't mind being wrong here. I don't mind being wrong. Most of y'all want to say, oh, you picked wrong. I don't care, man. This is the fight game. You'll always see my face. You'll always hear my voice, even when I'm wrong. I'm here to study the fight game and appreciate it. Studying means, I'm willing to take an L and see where I'm wrong at. And Natalia Silva didn't necessarily prove me wrong because I did not know who to pick in this fight. I didn't make a pick. Y'all remember? I didn't make a pick in this fight for that very reason that this was a bad style matchup for Teresa Bleda. But Natalia Silva got to go on this list because go back and look at some of her old fights. Go even before the Marina Rodriguez. This girl looked different. This girl looks different. I mean, she's always had somewhat of a ground game, but look at this. I mean, look at what she's been doing to these grapplers in here, like the hand speed, the takedown defense, the strength, the reversals on the ground. Natalia Silva, I'm definitely like counting what I've seen from her in the past and not just in the UFC. That's why I got to say she's been most improved to, get her way into the UFC, you know. And I think she lights up a lot of these flyweights as she gets up the ranking. I'm not going to say any names, but I think she got the hand speed and the takedown defense to be a problem. I'm not going to put her on the triple threat list yet, but, she definitely has improved since the past few, since in the past few years. Okay. And what she did to my girl, Teresa Blader, I said, oh, Lord, man. I said, dog. But it's all good. It's a learning experience for Teresa Blader. Shout out to Natalia Silva. And I got to give it to Larissa Pacheco. I got to say Larissa Pacheco is most improved because, she, again, picked up the pieces. I think she won 4 fights this year, 3 knockouts and 1 decision against the so-called queen of MMA, right? I ain't messing with Kayla. She's already suffering a lot now. You know what I mean? So, but she said she was queen of MMA. But, if she was the queen of MMA, then the girl that beat her is definitely one of the most improved fighters because, hey, the ground game was on point. The way she leaned on Kayla and wore her down and worked off of her back and set up big punches and cut off the cage. A lot of good improvements here. Good power shot placement for Larissa Pacheco in this fight. So, yeah, got to give it up to her, man. Definitely. Yes, Think said Pacheco for sure, too. Yeah, most definitely, man. I mean, when you build somebody up like Kayla this high and she's been that dominant, with this girl come in with all these tools and she can't do anything, got to give it up to her. And then I'm going to go with Amanda Lamos because I want to mess with BJ and say, I told you so. I told you she'd be back in the title shot talks pretty soon. And there she goes, Amanda Lamos. Amanda Lamos got 2 finishes, Michelle Waterson and Marine Rodriguez, after the Jessica Andrade nightmare. She back in title shot talks. The pace she's been fighting at is much more educated. Her punch placement is on point. I think her strength is getting up to par where it needs to be. So, yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Lamos, boxing, discipline, and her overall ground game. So most definitely, most improved. Got to put them on that list for sure. But, yeah, y'all going to agree or disagree? I don't care. I mean, I think all of these fighters have improved in their game, and that's what it is, man. But these are some fighters I want to look out for in 2023. These are some fighters we got to look out for in 2023. Real quick, we got to look at Fatima Klein. She's fighting in a couple weeks on this Invicta card. She's coming from that camp. She helped out Julianna Corsi to win her title shot, and she, that's what kind of a monster she is on the ground. This jiu-jitsu practitioner ain't no joke. She coming from that camp with Aaron Blanchfield, so this is another one y'all got to look out for. I'm not just saying, I'm not overhyping, but at 2-0, I believe she'll probably become Invicta strawweight champion. That's if the UFC doesn't sign her premature. But this girl here, she's good on the ground. Fatima Klein, she be working hands. She's got it. She's got a little something. Now I wouldn't rush her now. I ain't gonna rush her and try to put her in the UFC right now. Because the minute we do that, y'all gonna come back and say, "Oh, you made the wrong pick again." Because y'all love calling me out on something wrong, but never on something right. I know how y'all do. But yeah, Fatima Klein, let her win the belt first. Let her win the belt at Invicta strawweight in Invicta strawweight division, and then we'll talk. But yeah, right now she's a monster. I seen her grappling matches, and yeah, and she can throw hands. She can throw hands, man. That's what's up. The boss said Fatima Klein is a beast. I can't wait for her next fight. Yeah. She's coming on this next Invicta card. Then I say Melissa Croden. Not necessarily her being signed to the UFC, but she's definitely one you got to watch out for. Palace Athena, bantamweight champion. I think she make a nice addition to the bantamweight division in the UFC, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes because still got to get a little bit of work in. She got a fight coming up with Brittany Cloudy in January. So, yeah, I think she's just one you need to watch out for wherever she fights at. She's got some good technique, some unorthodox style of training. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. training styles. Tanisha, still got to put her on the list to look out for. I think her upcoming title fight with Toledo Bernardo is one where she's going to have to show up and show out. She has to be on her game because, Toledo Bernardo is no joke on the ground. So, yeah, you have to be on your game. And, this is a fight where Tanisha has to get a knockout, in my opinion. And the knockout is there because Toledo Bernardo in her past couple fights have been dropped. She has been dropped. And if Tanisha, doesn't capitalize on them opportunities, that's where the UFC going to make that argument. And maybe like, oh, we need more excitement. So, she got to be on it. Don't set yourself up for a submission, but, get in there and go in there and make some easy work of this young lady, Chelsea Chandler. She's made her way into the UFC now. She wants to fight at featherweight or bantamweight. She called out Yana Kunitskaya. She wants to fight Eileen Perez for talking mess. Norma Dumont, she's called her out. All of these names, she's willing to do whatever, and she's got good skills, on the ground and on the feet. So yeah, Chelsea's definitely one you gotta look out for. And y'all know Josiane Nunez. I see some big things coming from Josiane Nunez, man. It's just kind of been an inactive year, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with her coming up in January. She has that fight with Dos Santos. If she come in there, knock somebody out, hey, that's another one for the highlight reels. And this girl just got a crazy build on her, man. Crazy build on her that has me like, who is really hurting this girl at bantamweight at 145? She's long reach, short fighter. And once again, no neck. I'm just saying. And she knows how to utilize it. So I'm ready, man. Ready to see what these girls can do. Mojo said Christina Williams fighting for the flyweight strap. I called it. I did say that. I said Christina Williams probably gonna be fighting for that flyweight belt soon. And there she goes. Shout out to Christina Williams. She got that chance. The boss said Dakota DeChiva is another one we need to watch out for. Her striking is amazing. Yeah, I like her striking. I want to see her fight a few more in PFL. Maybe, win a flyweight tournament and see what happens from there. But yeah, she knows how to market herself too. I like that young lady. I do. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, those are the fighters you need to look out for, in my opinion. Those are the ones that I think have some goods, and you'll see some big things in 2023. But let's jump to this next one here. Before we get into these submissions and things, let's talk about the quadruple threat here. Let's talk about them here just a little bit. We're gonna start from the bottom right all the way up. It's been a crazy year. It's been a crazy year for these fighters that I picked. Somebody had asked me, who needs to still be in here, who needs to not be. Well, these are the fighters I picked from the jump, and I'm gonna just keep riding the progress report, throughout until somebody completely loses it and it just no longer needs to be there. Okay. So starting down here with Miranda Maverick. Well, first off, three out of four are ranked. So we can't argue there. I made some good picks here. 3 out of 4 of them are ranked. So hey, we can't even talk. We can't talk no mess there. 3 out of 4 are ones I picked to rank. Okay. And one of them is beating or could possibly beat the fellow quadruple threat here. So it's crazy. But Miranda Maverick, she's the one, of course, that's unranked. And I know it appears that some things aren't looking good for her. Some people are going to say, oh, she's not that good of a fighter. But I still think she's a good fighter. I think she's a smart fighter. And I think she is an improving fighter. I think she's just a little bit, I won't say slower than the rest. Definitely not. But I think there's been some off moments with some of her fights, maybe because, she's doing a lot of other things. She's business minded. So if anything's a win for her, is that Miranda is probably going to be the one fighter that won't struggle with finances in the future. I think we can honestly say that Miranda is one fighter we'll say that won't have money issues because she dabbles in a little bit of everything and actually has like a degree in I can't remember, like psychology or something like that. Also has the farming background, so she's got money. Okay, so she's worked out in that aspect. But as far as the fighting, I think there are some realms where she does have to improve a little bit more, like striking, even with her ground game. I think that's something that she strongly needs to improve in. Shows in the Erin Blanchfield fight, which I think she's getting there. Her striking has gotten better with the fighters that she's working with. But I will say this: look, Erin, I will say this: look, Miranda hadn't been ducking anybody. Okay, before y'all talk about fighters I picked, this girl ain't ducked anybody, and in my opinion, she's got a good resume versus some of these other fighters that just get skyrocketed to the top. In my opinion, I think she's fought harder fights than, dare I say it, harder fights. Yeah, she fought a little bit harder fights in the beginning than Manon or Tyler. Can I make that argument? I'll tell you this: she's had harder fights than Casey O'Neill. I give you that. I know I'm about to rub some feathers wrong, but Miranda Maverick, she's fought harder fights than Casey O'Neill. I believe that. That's what they've been giving her a hard road in the beginning. They've been giving this girl a hard road. Miranda, honestly, to me, beat Macy Barber, had an off night with Erin Blanchfield. Let's see, who else did she beat? She was one of the ones who fought Jillian Robertson. And then y'all talked about, hey, Jillian Robertson. Everybody else not fighting Jillian Robertson. Hey, Miranda took her on and beat her. Hey, she beat her. In my opinion, beat Macy Barber. She came in, beat Liana Jojua, Shanna Young, Sabina Mazo, who was a fighter that people thought was going to knock her out, but she's the one that had better striking and submitted the girl. So she's got a better resume than some of these other fighters. To me, she does have a better resume than some of these other fighters that's on the come up. They really giving her some tough fights. So in the end, it could be a benefit for her. She could learn from it, or it could be wear and tear on her. But I still think she'll get ranked. I think she'll get ranked pretty soon. And then we're going to talk a little Erin. What else I got to say about Erin? Erin is a little nightmare right now. Erin Blanchfield got a decent resume too. She beat Miranda convincingly. JJ Aldridge, Molly McCann, the way she beat her was pretty gruesome to some people. Even the way she described how she stopped her was pretty gruesome. And how she wanted to break her arm. So yeah, Erin is the monster on this list. I think, like, the real monster here, because she beats Miranda, and then she could be the one to beat Tyler too. So she might clear out the quadruple threat in a way. She has that potential to. She's a smart ground fighter, a smart grappler too. A little bit more technical than Tyler Santos. And that's going to be her key to beating Tyler Santos, is to be smarter, calm, and cool and collected in the fight, and look for those openings where Santos, uses brute strength, because we all know Santos is going to be the more powerful fighter and the stronger fighter. Yeah. But Erin I think Erin is really like the most technical and smarter fighter. That's why I asked that question the other day about who has the best BJJ. And I think that Erin does. Erin's a black belt. And I think, again, she's been more skillful with it. And some people, I can't remember who commented saying, oh, it's too early to tell. I'm talking about BJJ, not MMA. I know it's two different worlds, but still, like, Erin uses hers to the best of her ability, I think, when it comes down to being technical. And I think that when you look at just technique, Erin has that. But as far as complete MMA fighter, of course, you would say Santos in this case. But that's just a simple question, I just made, who has the better BJJ? And I think a lot of people think Santos does. But I think when it comes to technique, I would say Blanchfield, personally for me. All right. So, yeah, I think Erin's doing very well on this list. Okay. Manon Fiorot. Oh, boy. Just so people don't get it wrong, look, I'm still a Manon fan. Again, I don't think the mention of Rose was a good look for her. Okay. And it takes a lot for me to be turned off on a fighter. Let me put it that way. Miranda, has some off nights. I'm still rocking with Aaron. She's in there. Manon, um, yeah, I do think that sometimes with these foreign fighters, words can get mixed up, and maybe the way it was addressed wasn't the way we needed to hear it. But that name shouldn't even been brought up to me. It shouldn't have been brought up. Okay, but yeah, I still rock with it. Like I said, I'm not emotional like a lot of fans. Like yo, like it takes a lot to turn me off of a fighter. Like I said, for me to completely disrespect the fighter is if you on drugs or if you disrespect the fight game by missing weight. And my third reason is if you just a bully in there, you just show out and don't show up. You know what I mean? Like Manon still fights. She's still a good fighter. You know what I mean? She still fights. Like I said, she makes weight. She's not juicing. She's not doing any of that. So I'm not going to be like some of y'all that just say, oh, I'm done. And nobody's going to make me change my mind either. So I just put it that way. I'm not a bandwagon. And when I rock with somebody, I rock with them. I'm going to tell it like it is, though. I don't think it was a good look for her. I really don't think it was a good look for her in this case. I think Lauren Murphy or Andrade would have been a better call out in this situation for sure, But yeah, she's the number one contender, so she's still doing better than some of the other fighters that we talk about. She's there. It's just a matter of waking up and taking advantage of the opportunity. I mean, that's what you do this for. That's what you do this for. You got to go in there and get it while the getting is good. Not everybody gonna be gifted these opportunities, So when it's there, you got to take it, and that's how I see it. Like the position she's in now, I think Manon, her stock and her brand will go up taking Valentina in August versus taking anybody else. Especially like in a Rose case. Like you win that fight, it's not going to go up as much as a win over or even a loss over Valentina to me, because that's what we all want to see. Like I said, if you believe in yourself, you could possibly go in there and beat her. Some people thought that Santos won, and look where we at with Santos. Santos is a thorn in Valentina's backside right now. And, we ain't going to ignore that either. That Valentina's not willing to give this girl a rematch when she is the biggest challenge. We ain't going to ignore that. So, hey, yeah, we see it right here too. Your Valentina is trying her best not to get that fight again. And if you really about your fight, I think you should go in there and shut the naysayers up and get that legit win over Santos. That's just me. But Santos, probably the big dog on this list, man. She's the biggest dog on this list. And yeah, I was one of the ones along with our coach out here. We talked about it even behind the scenes that Santos was probably one of the ones that was going to give Valentina a hard time in the very beginning, because I said that when I seen her. I said, Santos has a good chance. Like, does she win? Much like him, I said, will she win? I'm not sure, but she will leave her stamp on Valentina, and she did that. Whether it was mental or physical, she left her stamp on Valentina. And yeah, Santos is definitely in a good position now. I think she's probably the one on this list that beats a lot of other fighters, beats a lot of fighters on here. But there might be a style or two in there that could get past her. That's why I wanted to see her fight Chikagan to see how she handles that speed and that movement and awkward style. But yeah, for the most part, Santos, goes in here against Erin Blanchfield. It can be all her fight because I think, like I said, she's closer to a complete MMA fighter, whereas the better jiu-jitsu practitioner would be Erin, But yeah, they making this fight. They're making this fight in February. We just have to take it and like it. Erin back in there against one of the quadruple threat, man. If she comes out a victor in this one, boy, I'll be like, wow. This is wow. All right. So we talked about most improved and the quadruple threat. All right, BJ, I know you're going to agree with me on this one. Next topic. Look, I got 3 fighters here that need to step it up. I'm going to just say, I got 3 fighters right here that need to step it up. Because my track record with Bellator ain't too good. Is it my fault? Is it my fault? my track record with Bellator ain't good. See, those 3 out of 4 over there were doing well. But these fighters right here, man, I get a little disappointed, man. I get a little disappointed every time I turn on Bellator and one of my fighters over here comes up short. I just can't take it anymore, man. Alejandra, Lara, Julianna Velazquez, and Denise Killhold. Oh boy. I don't even know what to say, man. Look, it's been a bad year for all 3 of these fighters. Denise Killhold is now on a 3-fight losing streak. Lara is on her 3-fight losing streak, I believe, right? And of course, the former champ is now 0-2 against the same fighter, man. So I'm like, good gosh, what's going on here, man? I thought I was looking at Julianna Velazquez like, this girl's gonna be the next thing. Here she gonna hold this belt. The UFC might make that call one day, but as soon as a UFC veteran beats her, all them dreams are crushed. All of them, man. But yeah, Alejandra Lara is now 0-3 in her last 3 fights. Close fight to Kana Watanabe, which you could argue she won, but Deanna Bennett, she waxed her. Deanna Bennett waxed her. We can't lie about that. She beat her convincingly. Lara Yawani beat her, which that was a fight she should have been able to win. I don't know, man. Lara, there's some technique issues with her fighting style, I believe. I think she brawls too much. She accepts takedowns when she shouldn't. She doesn't level up in a fight enough. Now she's kind of on the downside here, you know. I think she's a good brawler, but she's not getting the same technique as Grasso and Aldana out of this Lobo camp, in my opinion. She can hit hard, yeah. But if I'm telling a lie, why is she 0-3? You know, I must not be lying because she's 0-3. You know, her not leveling up, her accepting takedowns, her not stepping it up. You know, so I don't want to see action-packed fight from her all the time. I want to see some technique here. You know, I want to see some technique. And I don't think she is committed to technique. I think she's more committed to entertainment, and that might be her downfall. Even going into a fight with Avzaragova, she going to Avzaragova and come around with him playing, that could be another loss for her. She might get cut, so she got to step it up, man. Same with my girl Denise Killhold. Denise Killhold's got some of the best kickboxing in the game, but her approach against Lara Yawani, I was like, why are we walking into shots like this, Denise? Like, why are we walking into punches like this? You know, why are we taking the shots like this? You the kickboxer. You know, go in there and time this girl. Use your jab. Set up head kicks. Denise Killhold didn't throw any leg kicks or any head kicks in that fight. I don't know if it was because the rib was broken first, or did the rib get broken? Like, I know there was a body kick Yawani threw, and that might have been where she got the broken rib. So I give her a pass for part of that. But at the beginning of the fight, she didn't throw any leg kicks. She didn't throw any leg kicks or anything. So the lack of commitment to schooling another fighter is what some of these fighters, they lack over here in Bellator. And now she's 0-3 as well. Yawani beat both of these girls. She beat Lara and Killhold. Let me see. Yep. Back to back. And now we got Julianna Velazquez lost. Kana Watanabe choked her out. And she loses to Yawani, which I think she won to me, but wasn't convincing enough. Okay, so at 0-3, she gonna have to take a step down fight too and look good, or she could be in the boat with Lara. Of course, the champion, man, she was accepting takedowns from Liz Carmouche. It was crazy, man. Julianna Velazquez was lacking big time ground game and takedown defense. I don't know what was up. You know, I just don't know, man. I don't know. These girls, they got to get it together, man. You know, time going to pass them by, and that'll be it. As long as Liz Carmouche got that belt, I don't see any of them beating her, honestly. You know? So, yeah, they're my girls that need to step it up, man. I don't know, man. BJ said he got Lara in the Avzaragova fight. Yeah, I think I would give her that one. That's the one I could give her because she has more experience, but what is experience if you don't use it? If you don't learn from it? What's experience if you don't learn from it? Don't mean nothing, man. Okay. Let's talk here, man. Let's talk about some of these. Let's jump to my submissions of this year. I was going to just do a best submission of 2020, but I said there was a couple of different type of submissions. So I'm going to have to, break it down a little bit. So 2022, I wanted to go down and look at my best armbar. Like a brutal beast of an armbar here, okay? So I think I had to give that to, let me see if I got the clip here. I'm going to give the best armbar for 2022 to Julia Stoyarenko over Jessica Rose Clark. That thing was brutal, man. I mean, Stoyarenko was on a losing streak, and she was so tired of losing that it really sucked to be Jessica Rose Clark that night. It really did, because as soon as she got her down and she separated that arm, she said, look, and this one caused a lot of controversy too, because, people were like, how long are they supposed to let it go? How long are they supposed to let it go? But Stoyarenko, you can't blame her, because she already in this position. And if the girl hasn't tapped yet, she going to have to do something to make her tap. Right? So when she pulled that arm and, you could hear that pop, Jessica Rose Clark said she felt that separation. Yeah, you knew it was over right there. But I can't really blame Stoyarenko in that case. It was the ref to say, hey, man, like, it's up to the referee to say, okay, that looks pretty bad right there. And if she's not ready to tap, I'll tap for her. So yeah, I had to give this best armbar 2022, man. Like, this one was wild. I think there was like that was a Kimura. So speaking of Kimura, I want to jump to best Kimura, because there was another Kimura, I think, this year. And I meant to put that on this list in Combate, where this girl just like snapped the girl's arm and she started screaming. I couldn't remember the fight. Watched so many fights, I forget, man. But I had to put Erin Blanchfield on here with Molly McCann for real, because Erin, the way she was dissecting this fight and the way she was talking about it, man, she said, look, I thought she would have tapped sooner, but, the way she was trying to get that arm in, she was like, if it breaks, it breaks. I don't care. And the way she just exposed the overall lack of a ground game of Molly McCann, it was just beautifully done. I mean, we knew she didn't have one, but sometimes the naysayers need to see it. And they say they need to see it. They need to see how no ground game can affect you against somebody like Erin Blanchfield. I mean, hell, the submission was so bad that Meatball was going to have to take a break now mentally. Not saying the arm is broke, but no, Meatball recently said that she's taking a break from the game. That's how bad this loss hit her, right? So yeah, that's best Kimura. But man, I can't remember that one Kimura, man. It was in Combate. That girl like snapped her arm and she started screaming. I wonder if any of y'all remember that? Dang, I can't remember it, man. Like I don't know if I posted it, but like you could hear the crunch. And then when the adrenaline went away, the girl started screaming. I think that was this year. I can't remember, man. I love to pull it up right now, but it was a Combate fight, y'all. It was a Combate fight, and this girl got her arm snapped. And when that adrenaline went down, she was screaming. Talking about screaming. I don't know. I'll pull it up for y'all if I see it this week, though, because I want to see that again. Okay. Best rear naked choke and overall most savage submission of 2022. Y'all ready for it? Y'all ready for this one? BJ, you ready for this one? Look, best RNC, best submission of 2022, most savage beast submission of 2022 goes to, I got to give it to Jillian Robertson. Jillian Robertson submitting Maria Agapova. I got to give it to her. I got to give her this. This was a vicious one, man. I mean, it's not even like this fight was like this masterclass performance from Jillian at the time, but Agapova, she was holding her own in the first round or so, and she was landing some punches on Jillian Robertson's head. I mean, knotting that head up, but Jillian just stayed in that fight, dragging this girl down to the ground like she's quicksand. Jillian is like quicksand when she's in there, man. And that second round, when she drug her down, it was like watching just like a deer in quicksand, just slowly getting pulled in and pulled in. And when Jillian got around to that neck, man, this girl did not want to tap. There was a couple of times where she reached up like she was going to, and I think it was who Mark Smith was looking. And then all of a sudden, you just saw the girl's eyes cross, the vein popping out of her head, like almost like she's about to bite her tongue. Finally, he stops it, and this girl's convulsing. She's spitting up. And I was like, man, I have never seen anything like this. You know, this was crazy. You know, the girl wanted to hold on that long, but I think there should have came a point where the ref said, this girl is out, you know. And as her arms drops, I was like, oh, man, this serious. They're going to have to get a stretcher in here. But yeah, Jillian definitely gets this one, man. She is a killer when it comes to the ground game. That's why I say, yeah, if you can get a win over her, you definitely get credit. And she is a specialist. I ain't going to argue with that, BJ. She's a specialist, but there's other things she lacks, but she's definitely a specialist, you know? So, yeah, man, that's what's up. Got to give it to her on this one. Submission of the year. Okay. All right. So, jumping to, let's see, hold on. I want to do, I'll do this best comeback. I got to do the best comeback here, okay? I got to do the best comeback. Hold on. Best comeback in a fight. I got to give it to Vanessa Demopolis in this one, man. I had to do something different there because I was watching this fight the other day, and you thought it was over. You thought it was over whenever Juarez was landing that one punch and dropped Demopolis. You thought it was over, right? But Juarez with no IQ decides to dip in. She decides to dip in and try to, I don't know, ground and pound or do whatever in that fight. And she gave Demopolis a chance to come back. That's why I say, look, Demopolis, McKenzie, those are dangerous girls. Those are dangerous girls, you know. Them girls are dangerous when it comes to the ground. So Demopolis, I had to give it a comeback on this one because she got dropped hard. And she came back and submitted Juarez. I know Juarez got cut, but it was just the heart that Demopolis showed in this one that kind of won me over. You know, definitely won me over with the way she didn't lay down and just take it. You know, she found her way to get it, and she recovered well. And that's something you can't teach. Even if a fighter's never going to get a belt, you know, that's some type of heart you can never teach. So I got to give her that best comeback for that one. All right. Okay. To jump into these knockouts, there was a few knockouts that I enjoyed. In 2022. Yeah, Lamos on draw was good, Brian. Yeah, that was a good one. Definitely a good one. Haven't seen any standing arm triangle choke. Yeah, everybody picks that one. I've seen even the UFC already had that up there. So yeah, definitely thought that was a good one though. But as far as knockouts on 2022, there's a couple. There's one that was heartbreaking for me, of course. But this was a good one. This was the one I was about to put money on Leon Na beating, but I said, oh no. I mean, Juarez knocking out Leon Na, that was a nice shot landing. You know, this girl has some pretty decent boxing, and that punch that landed that dropped her was like, whoa. This was on that Proska Teixeira card, right? And that set the mood. That set the mood on the prelims. That was a good knockout for me. That one's good. If you go to Combate, there was this Maritza Sanchez versus D. Bagley. I love a body shot knockout. And Sanchez delivered some beautiful left hooks to the body on this girl, D. Bagley, and ripped her in the first round, just hitting her to the body over and over till the referee stepped in. So, yeah, that was a good finish. I love body shot knockouts. But this was a heartbreaker for me, man. But I got to give her credit. Got to give her credit, man. Jillian Corsi. She one hit or quit of my girl, Lindsey VanZant. And yeah, I didn't see that coming in this fight, man. Like, I thought this was gonna be like a chess match. I thought Lindsey VanZant was gonna stick her jab out, counter punch a little bit, maybe piece up Julianna Corsi a little. Then that right hand came out of nowhere, and I was like, oh no. And it was over. It was over just like that in the first round, man. So it was a hard knockout, man. It was a hard knockout to look at too. I was like, oh man, my girl was out too. Oh man, Lindsey, yeah, I feel bad for her, man. That case, man, because that was leading to a title shot, and just put her out on her back, and in the end of that you went into that highlight reel, you know what I mean? But yeah, I got to give Julianna Corsi credit again. Hard feelings. Definitely got to give her credit, man, because she's improved. She definitely improved as a fighter. She's packing that power too. But I say the big knockout win for me was for the fans was Weili Joanna 2. That spinning back fist, putting Joanna out face first. I mean, you seen Whaley go in there and really go after it in this fight. Takedowns, pushing Joanna. She knew Joanna been out for a minute, so she was pushing the pace, had Joanna in a position she's never been in. Joanna trying to chase her down, come after her. I thought the southpaw position was going to work for Joanna, but it didn't. It didn't in this case. Whaley just baited her in, landed that beautiful spinning back fist, and put Joanna out, put her out the cage maybe for good, but she might choose to come back. Who knows? So yeah, had to put that one on there because that night it really set the mood for even the main event for me. It was a wild card. Whaley putting her out like that really got everybody going. So yeah, good knockout for 2020. They have some good knockouts though. They have some good knockouts too. Couple in Invicta. There've been a lot of decisions in Invicta as of lately though. I mean, there was a couple good ones, but Combate has some good ones. Got to start looking at Combate. They got some good women over there fighting. Larissa Pacheco had a lot of good knockouts. I didn't put any of those up there because they were lower level, but the girls that she did finish, it's fun to watch. It is fun to watch, So yeah, knockouts. Those are knockouts I'd say for 2022. Now for fight of the year, I keep it textbook for fight of the year. There was a lot of good fights. Like I was gonna put Nunez Pena the rematch, but it wasn't really like a crazy dramatic back and forth action. It kind of was, but it was too one sided. Like Nunez was still winning, even though she got touched up. She still won. But I think to me, fight of the year to me that we still talking about now, and I still look at, or I have looked at more than once this year, I have to say is Valentina Shevchenko and Tyler Santos. Yeah, I got to give it to Tyler, man. She put up a good effort in this fight against Valentina. So I'd say this is fight of the year because it's definitely warranting for a rematch, in my opinion. People want it, but ironically, the champion doesn't want it. Tyler wants it. All the fans want it. I think even Valentina fans want it, but only one person that don't want it is Valentina. Well, the UFC don't want it either, But yeah, to me, I thought this was like I thought this fight was definitely fight of the year to me, in my opinion. I thought Tyler won it the first time around, but again, Valentina, she came through, made the right adjustments in the end, edged it out, and yeah, she got it. She got the victory. So yeah, that's what it is, man. I've watched it. I think I've watched it more than any fights. I think I watched it more than any other fights. So I have to say it is fight of the year because it brought on that much of a discussion. People keep saying, "Oh no, he won, she won, she won." So I go back and look at it. Yeah. Let me see. Who was the runner-up? Like I said, yeah, I think Nunez Pena. Yeah, that was a good fight, but I think this one was a little bit more closer. Even though Nunez walked out on crutches, this one was still a little bit more close to me. But yeah, I watched this thing again one more time before the year's up. That's why they got to do it again, man. See, Valentina, I think Valentina, even the UFC don't understand that fans really do want this fight. When fights are close and they see a champion actually have to struggle a little bit, they want to see it again. They want to see it again. They don't want to just be left hanging here, especially when you finally have somebody that can make it interesting, So yeah, that's what it is to me, man. It's like you have to go back and run it back. One of the judges didn't feel that you wanted, so go back and do it again. Ain't gonna hurt. Won't hurt at all. If you're that good, right? So yeah, it was Fighter of the Year, Valentina Shevchenko, Tyler Santos. Fighter of the Year. Fighter of the Year for me. Let's see. Fighter of the Year. I'll say Whaley. I have to give it to Zhang Weili. I know overall they gave it to Valentina, but to me, I just couldn't because Valentina only fought once this year. Okay. I had to give it to Zhang Weili. She earned the belt back. Two-time champion. Got 2 good finishes this year. So for Fighter of the Year, I got to give it to Weili. Yeah. I think at a high level of training and high level organization, I think she's pretty much represented it well. Some of these other fighters I put over here were potentials if they were making the right moves. That's why I just let it all lead up to her. Well, I won't say all of them because Lamos improved. She improved as a fighter. Larissa Pacheco, you could argue because she won 4 fights this year. Some people could argue that she did well. But again, you got to look at the competition level. Kayla Harrison, yeah, she holds a belt, but, is Kayla like, just because Kayla says she's the queen of MMA don't really mean she is, right? She's not. You gotta look at it like, who are they really fighting? So I put her more in the most improved list because that's what she kind of represents, somebody that was just growing as a fighter, but the level of competition still, it's not on the UFC level to me. So Larissa beating Jenna Fabian and 2 other girls, I can't remember their names, 3 knockouts, and Taylor Harrison, yeah, that's honorable mention though. It's honorable mention because she got $1 million, But again, it just can't be Fighter of the Year to me. I think that'd be Weili. I think if no one had called out Valentina this year and even like finished Chikagian, that could have put her in the mix, because that would have been 2 top 10 fighters that she had dominated in the year. She would have finished Chikagian, yeah, and kept it moving with that momentum. Could have honestly said, okay, yeah, I give her Fighter of the Year this time. And like I said, Valentina, I couldn't give it to her because she only fought once. I gave her Fighter of the Year because it was a good fight. I give her Fighter of the Year because it was a good fight. But yeah. So yeah, man. Let me see. You said look at Pacheco's pictures when she was in the UFC compared to now. What are you saying? Not giving her credit for beating Kayla Harrison? Just own up to it, man. Just own up to it. She lost. Y'all still trying to make excuses for Kayla Harrison? Come on now. She lost the fight. Simple as that. Right? That's what I see. I just saw a fighter that lost that night. Right? At least she didn't get knocked out. But hey, all right. She just got outskilled and got beat. Just give her credit. Stop making excuses. Don't want me to make excuses for Manon. I'm not. So hey, I'm not making excuses for any of my fighters that lose. They lose. They lose. Nobody got popped in this situation, right? So yeah, I give it to Weili. I give it to Weili this year. Fighter of the Year. Knocked out Joanna. Submitted Carla Esparza in dominant fashion. So there it is. But it could easily change, man. It could easily change. The strawweight division is a highly skilled division. And nobody's guaranteed a victory in that one because it's one of the most skillful divisions, man. Right? It is. Gary Ball said he thought Santos won. Yeah, there's people that thought Santos won. There is. There's a lot of people that thought Santos won the fight. I could argue that. I know Canyoneer, he thought she did. Misha Tate thought she did. So yeah, you can definitely argue that. Yes, she did. For real. But only way we're gonna get a decisive winner is if we get that rematch. Let's get a rivalry going, right? All right. So yeah. Moving on. Last thing I want to talk about is moving into next year. Moving into next year. 2023. 2022 was a pretty good year. I'm not gonna lie. It was a pretty good year for WMMA. We had a lot of good fights, a lot of cards. Since that pandemic, we kind of been getting spoiled. We got a lot of stuff going, so I can't complain. But next year, man, I want to see some big things change, man. I want to see some big things for the game, man. I think number one, I do as a Marina fan, I want to see Marina come back stronger. I want to see Marina Rodriguez get back in there and step it up. I want to see her work on that ground game. I want to see her work on that takedown defense. I want to see her work on even that striking IQ a little bit more. Get it sharp. Because a lot of things in that Amanda Lamos fight was shown that Marina going to have to step it up when these girls get strong and long. And the best way to test that is if we get this Rose fight next year. I want to get this Rose fight next year for Marina. And, Marina, I want to see that improvement in that fight. Okay. And I also want to see Andrade come back down. I want to see Andrade come back down to 115. Stop playing around at 125. You ain't going to beat Valentina. So going down to 115, stay where you are most feared. You know what I mean? And yeah, I definitely want to see that. And again, look, this year, I want to see Manon go for that opportunity. I want to see her go for that opportunity, as somebody, that is a fan of her. I'd say, I want to see her take that opportunity in that 2023. I want to see her take that chance now and say, I'm ready for this Valentina fight. I'm ready for it. It's that time. Age is not on your side. It's really not. Because like I said, when I was that age, there were certain things I want to do and I got to get it done now because I won't be able to, you can do it at a certain age, but you're not always guaranteed. So you start hitting your early 30s, you got to take advantage of certain opportunities and you got to make it. You got to make it happen. And, I think Manon got to change that mindset of thinking that certain type of experience is going to get you there. But to me, like I said, you do have to have somebody in your corner telling you, look, we're going to create something specifically for Valentina, to win this fight. And, shout out to Coach Sheldon Harrison. Coach, I know you said you wanted to talk to me. I heard you in your live stream. You said you wanted to talk to me because I was one of the ones that do rock with Manon. So you wanted to talk to me about it. So whenever you want to talk to me, I'm free. Whenever you want to talk to me about it, I'm free for sure. Okay, so yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see her go for it in 2023. All right. And I want to see Tyler Santos get her rematch. I know it sounds like I'm coming to Valentina, but no, I'm definitely not. I just want to see Valentina get this work and get good fights. I want to see all of them make some history here. Santos needs that rematch. Give that rematch. I want to see Tanisha Tena make a statement this year. I want to see her go in there and stop Toledo Bernardo. I'm sorry, Coach. I know you're going for Toledo Bernardo, but I'm going for Tanisha in this fight. I'm going for Tanisha, Coach. We're going to have to talk about that whenever you get a chance because, there's going to have to be a fight where she go in there and stop her. She got the hands to do it, but Toledo Bernardo got the ground game to submit her. But, hey, I want to see it, man. I want to see what Tanisha can do. So she got to make a statement this year. Got to make him want to sign her. Okay. And yeah, I want to see Weili Lamos. I want to see Weili Lamos That's the big fight. Y'all know I've been calling for that one. I want that fight. You know that the belt's not the belt's not in secure hands right now. Anything can happen. Anything can happen in this fight, and I know what Lamos is bringing to the table. And if Lamos win, look, I like Weili, I do. But if Lamos win, I can scream, "I told you so!" For those that didn't believe me when I said she could win the title. So I'm looking at that. Okay. So yeah, that's it for my 2022. You know, if anybody else want to talk a little bit or they got some fights to discuss or whatever, you know, I'm open. I'm all ears. Mike's always open. Lines is always open. I'm gonna go through a little bit of chat while we on here right now. Oh yeah, Coach said, okay. Yeah. You directly sponsor Bernardo for sure. Yeah, you got to. You know, somebody is sponsor, and they move your brand. That's a good loyal fighter though. You know what it is? That's a good loyal fighter. You got to rock with him. Marcus said, once Tyler beats Aaron in a convincing way, that's when I will be pulling for Tyler to get a rematch. Right. Yeah, if she can get that victory over Aaron and she sends Aaron back down, ooh, yeah. We're going to all be tagging Dana White saying, give Tyler her rematch. Robot Chicken, what's up? He said Rose won't fight Val. Cut it out. She's already scared of Carla. You really think she's going to fight Bullet? Oh, boy. That fight would never happen, and it shouldn't happen. Right? High Five said Whaley versus Lamos in China. I'm with that. High Five. Definitely with that. Coach makes an interesting point. He says Tyler is a victim of popularity, which is sad too, man, because she's got everything but the popularity. Like, she's got the toughest skin in the division. She's calling everybody out. She's the toughest all-around woman in there that wants everybody. She said, I want Chikagian, I want Valentino, I want Manon. She want all the blonde fighters. She want all the blonde fighters in there, right? So Tyler's on this other level right now. And, you know, she just needs somebody to really get her in that realm to, she needs star power. Well, I think when it comes to fights, she's that one. She skill wise, she is that one. She's gonna be like that Amanda Nunez a little bit, you know, no big backing and no popularity. And that's the argument the UFC will make when it comes to why they don't want to make the fight against Valentina. Yeah, definitely Weili and Lamos in China for sure. Darby said, okay, combo, but who wins between Blanchfield and Santos and why? Honestly, early look, I think that Santos can win this fight because I think she's the I think she's the more complete MMA fighter. She's a complete MMA fighter here. You know, I think she has the edge and I won't just say edge, but the better stand-up than Aaron. And I think the better connection of wrestling and grappling to me and control on the ground. I think she's physically stronger. And some people say physical strength don't matter, but yes, it does. I still think it plays a big part because that's why Jillian Robertson wasn't able to submit Tyler Santos, because Tyler was able to use both her positioning and her IQ and her physical strength to get Jillian Robertson in positions where she couldn't get up. She had her upside down a couple times, you know. Now, Aaron, I think, is a little bit stronger. I think Aaron is a little bit stronger, of course, than Jillian, but we'll see. We'll see. Right now, I'm definitely giving Tyler the edge because I just think that she's on a warpath right now. She's ready to go through anybody right now. For sure. Yeah, Aaron's control is way better than even like Jillian Robertson, I think, you know. But I just think that Tyler has a little bit of everything. And like I said, this ain't like complete jujitsu. This ain't complete jujitsu, okay? So you still have to look at the fact that other things can be utilized in these type of fights. That's why the other day I was just asking who has the better jiu-jitsu when it comes down to it, Like if it turns into a grappling match, who would win, Grasso don't give me Cinderella vibes against Val. Yeah, not really. I think Tyler gave everybody that more so because she was in there grinding. She had the style to do it. So yeah. High Five said Whaley said it already. She gave up her chant privilege by defending the belt outside her hometown, but now she wants to use her chant privilege. China is the next location. I mean, why not? There's no guarantee that she's going to be holding this belt that long, right? So it's like, why not go ahead and make a fight in China now and let it be Weili versus Lamos? Like that's cool with me. Claude said UFC needs to look for someone else to fight Valentina because Grasso will not fight her, period. Yeah, well, somebody's going to have to. Like we always say, it's not really up to the fighter, right? Just like when the fighter is choosing who to fight, it's not up to them. The UFC throws her in, it's gonna be her, right? It's gonna be her. So at this point, what Grasso wants doesn't really matter, right? You have to get up in there and do it because Valentina needs a fight now. Gene said, I still think Aaron will pull it out. James said, I think Aaron will put up a good fight. Oh, for sure. This thing, I don't see it being like straight up like one-sided, I just don't, because I believe that Aaron's a dangerous fighter, Brian said with Aaron's BJJ skills, she has a great chance if it goes to the ground. But like Macy said, she couldn't even finish Maverick. Well, Maverick is good on the ground. You can't listen to Macy in that case. Definitely don't listen to Macy because Macy said that Maverick just developed her ground game and she's been a jiu-jitsu practitioner. So you can't listen to Macy in that at all. She was just trying to throw a diss. Oh man, yeah. Not being able to finish Maverick was definitely the outcome that I'd seen because Maverick, she's a brown belt. And she might not be as sharp as Aaron, but she could at least defend, and she did. She defended well in that fight. Coach said Santos has too much skill, too much aggression, too much strength, and too much heart for Blanchfield. Dang. I think Blanchfield has a lot of heart too, though. I think Blanchfield has a lot of heart. Like Blanchfield, she's cold-blooded too now. Like I think people see her look and they think that this little, they just see the look and they don't think she packing that heart. But I think she's a very cold, confident, calm fighter in there. Not saying that always wins, but it is interesting. High Five said y'all want to call it a pullout against Weili because she dislocated her thumb, but why Manon doesn't get a free pass after her ACL surgery? Who want to call it a pullout? No, everybody gets free pass for I know you ain't talking to me, but yeah, everybody gets free pass for surgery. That's pretty much a given. Most definitely. Six, what's going on, man? Six, I see you in a comment. I was just running through some topics, but Six said the UFC needs to rebuild that flyweight division because ever since Valentina won that vacant title against Joanna, the division hasn't done numbers, as in pay-per-view points. You ain't lying, Six. I mean, you've been on your numbers, and I watch these numbers too, and yeah, you ain't lying. Like, as a fight fan, I love it, but as far as like exposure, you ain't lying, Six. You ain't lying, man. Like when it comes down to stars, fighters are denying themselves stardom. You know what I mean? And that's what I said. You got to watch out the names you call out. You got to watch out the names you call out in this game, man. Like, again, like maybe Manon didn't mean it a certain way about Rose, but fans hear certain things, and the minute fans hear something, they're going to run with it. They're going to see you a certain way. So you got to say the right things. It's like I'm not don't follow a lot of politics and don't respect a lot of politicians, but you have to respect their wordplay. Before the fight even happens, you got to win fans over by saying the right things. And I think constantly calling out the champ will keep you in good graces. You know what I mean? High Five said, don't push Manon. She had a very critical surgery and she needs to get fully recovered. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Come on. High Five. I know this. Manon don't need to jump in there right now. She get the same time Casey O'Neill been out 10 months. So no, man. Yeah, Manon gets the time to heal. For sure. But I think she should just keep the champ's name in her mouth because she's number one. Just keep calling Valentina out or call Tyler out. Just keep it in that realm. Because if I was like a publicist, I would be like, yo, let's not mention. Now, somebody in the chat, they said they translated something. Hold on, James, because somebody, hold on. Somebody with a French name, James, I don't know if you heard this, but somebody with a French name in the video I made, they said some stuff was lost in translation. They said Manon said, I've already been offered a girl for my return. And she said to her coach, can I say who it is? And I guess she was waiting on validation. And they said, say you've heard she's come up to 57 kg. I guess that's, that's their unit of measure. She was in 52 and wants to come up to 57. I would really love that fight before Valentina. And then the coach dropped the name in the translation. Okay, so her coach dropped the name Rose. This guy is French too, so I'm losing his translation. Y'all had to go back and look at the video. This guy said, she's already been offered a fight and she wasn't supposed to say, she had to get validation. And that's another thing too. I guess fighters can't really say who are they offered until it's offered. Yeah, I definitely give fighters a pass when it comes down to translation sometime because it does get lost for sure. Yeah, and it was very choppy. I guess saying that the guy brought up Rose's name. I don't know. This is why English is very important when you fight for American organization. And I'm not being funny, unless you Canelo, who just be dropping F-bombs. And you got a lot of people right there speaking for you. Or your crowd is so loud it don't even matter. Oh, man. Okay. So, Marcus said, y'all most beloved fighter, Sarah McMahon, will be fighting in Bellator. Oh, okay. I assume it's going to be their new bantamweight division. Hey, I like Sarah McMahon, though, man. I like Sarah McMahon. I mean, is she the most exciting? Wrestling's never been my big thing, but I think that she's been getting a little bit better over the years. I think she's been really starting to put on some action. Now that she kind of knows her last go round, she's what, 42, 41? And I got to do it for the 40 fighters. I'm about to be hitting that realm too, so I got to represent the 40 fighters now. No more y'all young bucks. I gotta stick up for the old heads. I gotta stick up for the old heads, man. Sarah McMahon wanna, get her money and showcase her skills. Hey, and she in great shape too, in her 40s. I ain't mad at Sarah McMahon. Sarah McMahon is all right, man. We're already in her 40s and still look better than some of y'all in y'all 20s and 30s. Yeah, I gotta put a picture up of Sarah McMahon. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm not talking about what you saying, Marcus. I'm just saying because some people would be hating on Sarah McMahon, her continuing to fight, and she looks great for her age. She might come up short in these fights, but I'm just saying, for somebody that can still get signed to UFC, well, Bellator, you know, 42 years old now. Yeah, she's 42. She still looks great. She still looks great. Guess she want to do it one more time, But yeah, like I said, I can't really complain overall about the year. There were some good fights, better than boxing. Better than boxing. I know a coach in here in the chat. He got to agree with that. Boxing ain't been hitting on much. Boxing wasn't nothing this year, I don't think. I mean, besides the women, shout out to the women in boxing. I ain't even gonna be talking boxing here, but women boxing was actually better than men's boxing this year. I mean, fight of the year, Taylor Serrano was probably one of the best fights, period, out of all boxing to me. Shields Marshall was a great card. Clarissa Shields, probably next to Devin Haney, would probably be fighter of the year to me. Alicia Baumgartner, Michaela Mayer. I mean, they had the best trash talk. Yeah, Dimitri Bivol, he did well. He beat Canelo, which I figured he would do. He did do that. I like Dimitri Bivol for sure. But and Errol Spence, he won his 3 belts. But overall, boxing was just not hitting on it that hard. Overall, it was, Errol winning 3 belts, that was 8 months ago. But as a whole, I think, the women had 3 really good fights this year. Definitely. Yeah, and I do want to see Bivol and Beterbiev. Yeah, I picked Bivol to win against Canelo. I was like, Canelo's out of his realm now. Beterbiev or Bivol, they would both beat Canelo, in my opinion. All right, GP says Sarah signed for the featherweight division too. That'd be wild if she made it to the Cyborg fight. Yeah, we got to see how she matches up with some of these other girls. Let's see how her and Kat Zingano look in a wrestling match. What type of how would that look in a wrestling match? How old is Kat Zingano now? Is she like the same age? I want to see one of the girls go ahead and try to go for the strap and be done with it, Yeah, she's 42. She's 40 also. 6 said there's too much politics in boxing. There's way too many politics now when it comes down to it. I can't deal with it sometimes. Everything's kind of a reach now. Like, I still like some things going on for boxing, but it's just really, really irritating. Irritating, man. Mojo says, so who does the winner of Andrade versus Murphy call out? Manon. They should. Manon should call them out. I think Manon should call out Lauren Murphy, period, because she was talking junk. And like Rose, Rose not even here, but Lauren Murphy is in the division and she was talking that good stuff. Lauren Murphy, she was asking for a fight. She was asking for a whooping. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when somebody uses fighting words against you or talking about your performance, them are the guys you have to target, to me. I mean, she's right there. Hey, that's a good fight to come back up off of surgery. It'll be heated because she don't like you. So Manon, either Andrade or Murphy is good to me. Yeah. Okay, TJ says he's got to run, but happy holidays. Yeah, happy New Year, man. Be safe. Don't be drinking and driving if you do drink. Like he always says, it's not a lie if you believe it. But yeah. He said, yeah, the fight I've been waiting for since Sarah McMahon versus Aspen Ladd and Bellator. Okay. Oh, okay. James said the thing you just said about the translator interrupting her about being proposed to fight. It's Rose. Okay, I got you. Okay, so yeah, you were pretty much spot on with the translation. See, shout out to James. Hold on. I gotta send James a shirt, man, because he's a good translator. He doesn't like Nunez too much, but I'm not like a big Nunez. I'm not like the one to go back and forth him over Nunez and Valentina. We don't argue about that. I mean, we just pretty much are neutral on it to me. Wild Tiger, what's up? She said, I'm not hyping up any more flyweights. Robot Chicken said, bro, I'm more convinced it was a fluke. You KO someone in the first, but got a split decision in the rematch, which I think she lost. Talking about Rose and Whaley. Claw said Murphy thinks Grasso is Val's toughest challenge. I don't agree. Murphy thinks Grasso is Val's toughest challenge. Really? I don't see it. I don't see it. I really don't see it. Maybe if Grasso was like a little bit bigger, maybe if she was like Tyler's size and she had that type of style, maybe. But no, I don't really see her as like a big threat. James said she even said that if Murphy wins her fight with Andrade, she can fight her too. Oh, okay. She did mention Murphy. Okay. Well, that's the fight that she should call for. Murphy. And I know that's why I like Murphy too, man. Because she out here talking crap. Even though she froze up in the Valentina fight and then started using other excuses. I mean, she had me laughing with this one. She had me laughing with this. 6 said, what does Murphy know? Oh, well. But let me see. Yeah, I got an open line tonight because I'm off work tonight. So anybody want to just give me their takes on some 2022 type of stuff? It's right there. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see Grasso as like this huge threat style wise. She got to be bigger to me. Got to be bigger and got to have strength too. She got to be like kind of like what you call it, grandfathered in, is known in as being that strong fighter. Somebody that you already know is a mauler. Like when I've been watching Santos' early fights, and Coach know because he's been watching Santos for a minute as well. When you look at Santos, her strength is there. She's a brutal girl. And before we, got somebody coming in. There you go, right there. Hold on one second, man. Wild Tiger with the 20 spot. I'm gonna keep saying it. I only respect Pena for keeping the same old energy, calling out champ. Pena ain't one of those fighters that everyone likes, but so what? She gives her respect and she ain't scared. I agree with you on that. I definitely gotta agree with you on that. Okay, Coach, what's going on, man? Got somebody on the line here for y'all. It's Coach. What's up, bro?
Hey, man, what's going on, man?
Man, just chilling, just hanging out, man. What's on your mind, bro?
Hey, man, look, girl Manon Farah, man, she let me down right now.
Yeah.
She let me down, man. I was big on her, man. She was part of my big three. And man, to do they got up in the rankings, but I don't know, man. I don't know. That this injury might got a spook. But I need Manon to get off Rose's overs. And I need Manon to go jump on Valentina. That's what we need at this whole thing, and James Perez, but the record shows. That's all I got to say to you.
Yeah. What was it? I heard it live the other day, and I knew when it came to Manon, I heard you bring me up, man. I was like, what you had to ask me, bro, about Manon in this whole situation?
I said, I got to figure out. Combo know this woman better than anybody. I got to find something out of here. Combo, what is your girl thinking? What is she doing right now?
Man,
I mean, you got to help me make sense out of this.
There's two things I'm looking at here, man. I mean, either it's her team wanting her to kind of do like the boxers do and marinate. Okay, and this ain't me saying it. This is what I think. This is what I don't want her to do, but this is what I think they're doing. Right. I think their mindset is to try to marinate this number one contender status. Okay, they want to try to get it for what they can because they know she's older, and the Valentina fight is not a guaranteed W. So when you at the top, they want to try to get as many fights or try to move certain ways where you can build your stock up. But to me, mentioning a Rose fight, Rose is popular on her own, but that's at 115. That's not really going to bring your stock up, in my opinion. So, I think some of these fighters, to me, they need somebody that is in their ear, like certain publicists that actually can tell them who to mention and who not to mention, even if they are thinking about it, right? Because to me, you got to think of it as the fans. Like, if you're a fan of a fighter like Manon, I always want to hear her talking about the girls at the top. Andrade, Murphy, Chikagan. Those are the only names I want to hear. I don't want to hear any of these other names. So imagine how the even emotional fans are going to feel about it. I don't consider myself emotional at all when it comes to fight. But the ones that are passionate about it, the minute they hear somebody say somebody that's not even in their realm, they're going to turn off, and then your stock goes down. And I think that's what happens with a lot of WMMA fighters, man. Like in WMMA in general, they see one hiccup and they lose faith in their fighters. So when you have a good thing going, you really have to just grab that opportunity by the and hang on and just take the ride, man, like Tyler did. You know what I mean, Coach? Like you got to just take that ride, like Tyler took the 4-0. There was no more waiting, and she just got it. And to me, though she's not popular, like you say, she's still in a good place where she can always come up to Valentina's door and just make that argument. She can always knock and make that argument and say, hey, Valentina, you remember what I did to you in that last fight? You still owe me a rematch, right? So I just think it's that, and it's also a little bit of self-doubt. There. The talk of more experience just kind of made me say that they're not ready. But it's like, you really can't match Valentina's experience. And that's why I think a lot of fighters are messing up. You might have to think about it myself. It's like, you can't really try to match Valentina's experience for experience. No, you just got to figure her out as a fighter. Like Tarver did Jones. You just got to eat, sleep, drink Valentina. That's all you got to do. Create a game plan for her. Figure her out. Become her number one fan. Because getting the experience just really makes you say, okay, Grasso and Manon, I think they are kind of doubting themselves. They think they got to beat her. But no, you ain't got to beat her. You got to beat her. And to beat her, you just have to understand her, man. You got to create a specific style to beat Valentina, because you ain't going to get her experience. If you want her experience, you'll be in the game for another 10 years. Okay? So, Coach, that's what two things I think it is. I think they're trying to marinate it, or it's the self-doubt thing.
And you see, James Perez, this is how you let somebody talk and get their points out without interrupting them. You see, James, I'm about to educate James Perez tonight on how to shut the hell up and let people talk. Okay? This is something that James needs to learn. Okay? Yeah, man, I was listening to all them points, man. Excuse me, all those points. The thing I'm having, hold on, man, I'm allergic. Damn, James, you must be close to him. The thing that I'm looking at this combo and I'm like, okay, Manon, I mean, you're not getting any young. You're not a spring chicken. I mean, you're old. You look old. We got to get in there, and we got to get in there, and we got to make this thing happen. See, Tyler Santos, she gave a good account, man. She did the best that she could, and she went in there and she fought. Taya gave 0 Fs about Valentina's name and status. She just went in there and just said, okay, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight to the end, okay? And whatever happens, happens. But I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna have my heart on the shield. And that's what she did. She went in there. She didn't care about the name Shevchenko. She didn't care about the Muay Thai. She didn't care about any of that stuff. Well, I think she cared about it by round 5 because Valentina damn near stopped her. But she didn't care about that. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, Manon was talking all this noise. Like she was saying that I got a game plan on how to beat Valentina, you know? This is what you need to do. And I'm like, okay, Manon talking about it. Good. Then when it's time, Manon, to actually let's get in there. Well, you know, I want to fight, you know, I'm not ready for Valentina yet. Like, you know, it's like, you know, the average person, the average fighter, when they get in, it's 0.00. No, I read it. It's like 0.01, like 25%. Okay, get to fight for a belt. Seriously, that's a lot of people that's fighting for a belt. So you think about the thousands of people, and we're not even talking just in the UFC. I'm talking about all the organizations combined. The UFC is probably like 0.1%. Dude, that means that you got hundreds of people right now in MMA that they'll never have a title shot. I mean, let me give you an example. Angela Overkill Hill. She done been in MMA for a long time. I mean, I think she got a title shot in Invicta, right? I think she did.
Yeah, she became champion in Invicta. She did.
But damn, in the UFC, dude, she done had more fights than anybody in the UFC just about. She still ain't got a title shot. I mean, do you think Angela Overkill Hill would turn that down?
No, she would.
And then he got Manon, who got the skill set to get a title shot. I mean, got the skills, know how to fight, got great takedown defense, and isn't that bad on the ground herself. I think she'd go in there, and I think she'll have a good showing against Valentina. And it's like, I'm like, damn, bitch, get your stuff together. Get it together. Come on. Have some confidence. Have some, just a little bit. You know, I mean, you know, people thought Jennifer Maia would lose. At least Jennifer Maia got in there and combo. She went in there and she tried. She fought. You know, Valentina is a good fighter, but nobody is invincible, man. Nobody is. I don't care who you are. There's a way to beat you. You just got to go in there and shoot your shot. And I felt like Manon and Alexa Grasso, they're missing the boat. Like, they're not thinking economic. They're not thinking money-wise. They're not thinking, if I go 5 rounds with the champion combo, if I can go 5 rounds with the champ, my stock gonna rise. They're not thinking about that. They just thinking, well, I'm gonna lose. And you know, between us combo, well, the whole live stream know now. Sorry about this. Somebody in Alexa Grasso camp, and I talk to him regularly. You probably know who it is. Said that Alexa actually going back to therapy, bro. With the thought of fighting Valentina. This girl going back to therapy, combo.
Wow.
Therapy to get in the right headspace because she don't want to fight the girl. Combo, you don't need anything else to be said. They don't want to fight, man. I'm gonna let you speak. Hold on, bro. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Oh no. I was just kind of reacting to that. No, you keep going, man. Keep going.
Yeah, combo. This girl going back to therapy. She was already going in therapy anyway for like anxiety. Bro, Alexa Grasso, Valentina done gave this girl anxiety, man. Anxiety. Yo, what it do? What's up? Hey, what's going on? Talking.
So the while I in here, I don't cut nobody off, but if can y'all hear me?
Yeah, sorry about that combo. Yeah, man. I was waiting on you. Yeah, man. She's scared, bro. And you know, for all of the work that you do as a fighter, combo, think about it in your profession, man. You worked your way, and I think you told me you was an engineer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, dude, you went to school 4, 5, 6 years. Okay. You get your job, you get your career, and then you sitting there. You know, the boss ready to give you a promotion. Hey, Combo, we're gonna pay you some more money, man. Yeah, man, you do this. I mean, what you gonna tell them? Well, I don't think I can do the job. I'm scared. Wait a minute. But you've been going to school for damn near 6 years to get this position. And you scared? Like, come on, man. Come on. This is a promotion for these women, man. So I guess it took me into a boxing flashback combo. That's what happened. It took me to a boxing flashback. That's what happened. You know, where we had these fights and these people don't want to fight each other. So that's all I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you this real quick, Coach. Like, for these girls that get here to the top, like, what do you think they're doing in the very beginning? When you know Valentina is a long reigning champion, and Tyler, Manon, all these fighters, Aaron, when they weren't signed and they knew she was this dominant champion, like, were they doing something wrong in the beginning? Because shouldn't they have been preparing for this day? Like, what would you have? What would you have your fighter doing right now? Like, if you had a fighter that was about to get signed, or you knew she was going to get signed to the UFC, and you knew Valentina was seen as this unstoppable fighter, like, what would you have her doing from day one if she knew she wanted to be in the UFC at the top one day?
I'm gonna start programming her from the very beginning. I'm a programmer, and I'm gonna say, look, this who you get. We're gonna have pictures of her on punching bags. We're gonna have photographs in the mirror. Everywhere she looks, she gonna see a photograph of Valentina. And I'm gonna say, when we get the chance, you're gonna make this an ugly fight. You're gonna make it an ugly fight. You're gonna get in, you're gonna look, you're gonna eye poke her, you're gonna do what you gotta do. You're gonna make this girl know she was in there. This fight finna be ugly, okay? It's gonna be look, groin kicks, everything's allowed. Hey, we're gonna get away with it. Huh? Yeah, cut it back there. You're gonna get away with it the first few times. They're gonna warn you. So you get away with some stuff. But you let Valentina know that you're here. You let her know. You let her know that she don't just get to sit back and point fight. No. No. You take that fight to Valentina. We're gonna every single day. The goal gonna be in front of my fighter. The goal gonna be in front of my fighter. It's gonna be right there. And when you wake up in the morning, your goal. So when it's time to fight, and the UFC say, "Hey, we want to give you a title shot," guess what? My fighter gonna be like, bring it on. Matter of fact, we're gonna find out where she training at, man. We're gonna pull up that training. Valentina, what's up? What's up, Valentina? Heard you said, "Don't nobody want to fight you." Hey, I'll fight you. Let's go. Oh, we're gonna pull up. We're gonna then we're gonna go to all her fights. See, we're gonna make a financial investment. We're gonna go, and then when I feel like my fighter got enough fights, we're gonna pull up. We're gonna walk in that ring. Or we're gonna run in the ring. We're gonna sprint in the ring. Give me my title shot, Valentina. Give it to me. I want it. That's what we're gonna do, combo. See, it's all mental, man. This is all mental. All of this is mental. And these people are mental like midgets because they don't want to come in and do what it is they're supposed to do. That's why these people are scared. That's why these people don't have no belief. It's their trainer's fault. And part of it, you're supposed to be building belief in your fighter. As a coach, I know this, okay? If my athlete ain't confident, do you think I want him out there? You don't want him in there anyway. They've been and got hurt, man. Right. They've been and got themselves hurt. You don't want him in there. No. You a coach. You got man. And then too, you can't coach hard, man. You can't coach it. You can't coach it, man. It's like the person got it. Now you can bring it out of a person. But you can't really coach hard, man. Either they got it or they ain't got it. And it just seemed like, okay, so it's okay, Manon, as long as you win in these fights. And talk, come on, let's really look at their resumes. Okay, take Manon. Take Manon. She beat Chikagan. Quality win. Who else did she beat?
Jennifer Meyer.
Okay, quality win. She felt like she could win those fights, combo. She felt like it. She was confident. She felt like that. She felt like she had an advantage. See, this is the first time where people are saying Manon don't have an advantage. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Yep.
People be like, she don't have an advantage. She don't think she do. And Grasso, what the hell did Grasso do? I mean, she beat up on what? JoJo Calderwood, who been slapped all around the octagon. Call it a quality win. You damn near lost to Randa Marcos. Okay, I mean, you fought a hard-fought fight against Macy Barber, who almost stopped you. And you got scared. Come on, man. Come on, these people, they fight people when they have an advantage, and they think that. Why do you think she calling out Rose? Because she got a size advantage. Manon don't fool me, okay? See, you can't hide your state of being. You can't hide it. And it's all in their talk, man. When they talking and they tell you that, man, just look at their body language. Look at their body language.
Mm-hmm.
Manon body language, if she was having that interview, man, she wasn't confident. This
Mm-hmm.
girl wasn't confident at all. And Grasso especially wasn't. Grasso reached pussy out. Excuse me. Grasso reeked of cowardice, bro. Reeked of it. I'm talking about you stand next to her, you go, ooh, coward. My God, combo. What are we doing in MMA? What's going on?
Yeah,
what are
man.
they doing?
Bro, look, I mean, everything you're saying, I can't disagree with, man, because it's like there's an energy they have when they're at the bottom, right? There's an energy they have at the bottom, and even in the mid ranges where they keep it going. They're going and they're going. And yeah, like you said, whenever everybody's saying you're the favorite, there's no stopping you. But the minute when that title fight is right there, 5 feet away, it's like the energy changes, you know? Like I just use the example today, like Evander Holyfield never gave me that vibe. Like he always wanted to be champion. Even Errol Spence, like when he was winning these belts, he was always naming everybody he wanted, and he beat him because that's what he was going for. He said it, but it's like the tone changes with these fighters. Like we see Grasso, you see Manon get number one. You would expect them to say, "Let's keep it going," like, but they pause at the top. And yeah, it's just that self-doubt, like you say, man. They're afraid to lose it. They're afraid to take that challenge. And that's what, like you said, it makes you want to say, like, I wouldn't want my fighter in there because they're mentally not there. You know, I don't know if you saw it on WMMA rankings, but Tracy Cortez, she came out. She was having some mental issues now. You know, she's also kind of in that. So I don't know what it is with some of these fighters today, man. Like, I'm not knocking anybody with mental illness, but it just seems like some of these fighters, they're not cut from the same cloth. You know what type of fighters I mean, right, Coach?
Yeah.
Because I
Yes,
came
sir.
up on them. You came up on them. I came up on them, and we never had issues. I mean, no, you allowed to address mental issue. You allowed to talk about that if you have a problem. I'm not saying that, but you also should know, and your team behind you should know how dangerous the fight game is. If your fighter is already unstable, should they be in this sport where they could get killed in the next fight? They really shouldn't, right? Like, you need somebody that's always going to be gung ho about it. To me, like Julianna Pena, you know, always keeping that same energy, because the day you let up off that energy, that's when you could die in there, you know?
Exactly.
And you, somebody that boxed and wrestled as well, you've been on the ground, and you know that this ain't something for the unstable or the weak, the mentally weak. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I really don't know. I wish they would keep the same energy, but yeah, I just don't know what it is with some of these fighters now.
People don't get it. Fighting will test everything that you are, man. Fighting will make you have self-doubt. When you getting beat up or somebody trying to submit you, you begin to doubt yourself. And then you start thinking, why am I doing this? But then you have people like Yataya Santos that they get it together. They pull themselves together. And then they know that, wait a minute, no, I'm fighting for my life. So let me get in here and get this thing going. See, I respect her. I don't respect what she did to her team, but I respect her because this woman, okay, not only did she not get a surgery combo, okay, this woman declined the surgery. She was supposed to get it. No, because she thought if she got in a surgery, she wouldn't get this fight. She'd be overlooked for the fight. This woman was willing to risk her eyesight to fight the champ again. And then you got these people right here. They've been strategically positioned. And I think Manon had a harder road than Alexa Grasso. Grasso been entitled a title shot.
Yeah, I agree with
And
that.
unfortunately, she's gonna get the title shot well before Manon will get it. She's gonna get it because of, you know, how she looked and how popular she is. You mean to say you've been given this when you got Tyler Santos out here scraping and grind? This woman don't even want to get her eye fixed, bro, properly, because she want this fight. She willing to risk everything, man, her health, everything, to fight this champ one more time because she believed that she won the first time. See, you can't build that, man. Taia Santos has the perfect fight mind of a fighter. Like, this is who you want to be training. Well, you got Valentina in there fighting with a broken foot. Like legit foot was broken. You got Valentina still in there, man, fighting. Because they believe in their skill set. Valentina's like, my foot, I don't care if it's broken. She said, I don't care if my foot broken. I believe in my skill set. My skill set is where it is. This woman fought with that. Macy Barber fought with a dislocated knee against Roxanne Modafferi.
Yep.
Fought 2 rounds on a dislocated knee. And you telling me you don't have wait a minute, you not ready? What? Come on. We give Macy Barber a lot of crap, but man, you can't question Macy heart. Macy Barber probably got one of the best hearts in WMMA. Like, it's there.
Oh yeah.
This woman refused to quit. Dude, she told the doctor when he was talking about stopping the fight, she told him no. And then she hurried up and ran back into the octagon. the fight doctor Macy got up and ran back to the center of the octagon. Yeah. Because she thought this man was gonna stop. She ignored this dude, walked right out there and fought. And see, man, you can't teach that. You can't teach that. That's in you. That's in you. And I'm gonna tell you, these people, they face Valentina, they going down. They going down quick. They going down real quick because they don't believe in what they doing. How do you fight at this level, Combo? You got people like Tanisha Tennant that would love to be here in the UFC to fight the best. Tanisha, finna defend her Bellator title? What, a third time? A second time?
Yeah, second time.
Come on, usually, in Bellator, usually in Invicta, after you defend the belt or win the belt, you normally get scooped up. Tanisha Tennant don't have the opportunity. Okay, even Toledo Bernardo, guys, I sponsor, but because her jiu-jitsu was so good, they gave her a UFC opportunity. Gave it to her. Tanisha Tennant would love and know that she can fight. Hell, Karina Rodriguez been fighting in the dumps and the dirt for years, bro. And finally was the Invicta champion. UFC overlooked because of her age, man. So she had to go to Bellator. And she told me the other day, I'm looking at this UFC list, and she said, I can fight with these girls and I can beat these girls. That's self-belief, man. She just came off of surgery. She said, man, I want to fight Valentina one day. Dude, you can't teach that, man. Bro, I get passionate about this stuff because you don't fight. It's less than 1% that you're going to get a title shot. And I don't think these people fighters, they're not dumb people, but they're not good with numbers. Your probability of getting a title shot is less than 1%. You're not getting a title shot.
Right.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, that's why. Even before we go any further, I'm gonna say that's why I respect your opinion, Coach. Like, however you bring it, I respect your opinion because I know where you're coming from with it. That's why when I get to talking, how I talk about things, I'm never addressing the coach about anything he say because he's got the facts to back it up. That's for anybody in the chat. Sometimes they think that, certain people are talking too much, but no, like Coach is passionate about it because he knows these opportunities come once in a lifetime to fighters. Okay. So when he's telling me about this stuff, he's coming from a place where he knows it. And some of y'all in the chat that are just talking, y'all will never get on here anyway. I'm talking about somebody that actually knows what he's talking about on this. But yeah, like listening to what you're saying definitely opening my mind up too about it. Like it makes you a little disappointed more when a fighter like Manon or Grasso don't grab that opportunity. Whenever you see these other fighters who like Tanisha don't even get signed, like what do you expect to happen? Like from here, this is it. This is where it's supposed to be. Yeah. So
can't get signed. Tanisha can fight on the ground, on the feet.
Yeah.
I mean, Tanisha can do it all.
Oh yeah.
But she boring. Oh, she this. Oh, she that. Wait a minute, she don't fight. Wait a minute. Well, I mean, Valentina don't. She fights very defensive. Tanisha Tennant is a defensive fighter. She don't take punishment. So I don't understand how do we get Tanisha Tennant is a smooth defensive fighter first. Nothing wrong with that, okay? But we want to use that as an excuse to why this woman shouldn't be fighting with the best. Okay, so we take the woman, beats Danielle Wolf two rounds to 1. Okay. Take the woman and then say she ain't good enough. But then you go Dana White and say, well, I think she won the fight. But we still gonna give Danielle Wolf an opportunity anyway. Right. Like, come on, man. It don't make sense, man. See, and I tell you, the worst thing that ever happened to me, man, is when I had a chance, man, when I was in the ninth grade.
Mm-hmm.
I had a chance to play varsity football. And I'm gonna tell you, I turned that down. I said, nah, I'm gonna stick right here with JV. Worst decision I ever made, man.
Mm.
You know, man, we got deep in the playoffs, okay? Deep in the playoffs. Didn't get recognized. Didn't and you know what? A lot of recruits out there, a lot of scouts out there, and they were recruiting people off our team. Dude, you know, I missed on an opportunity. I missed an opportunity. Okay, to actually have them starting to follow me and follow my name and actually start really actively recruiting me for the next 3 years. Combo, I missed an opportunity. Missed
Mm.
it.
Mm.
But somebody else that went up, moved up to varsity,
Mm-hmm.
because I said I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. No, guess what? That guy went to play for the University of Alabama.
Mm.
Go figure, man. Had I have done that, I I would have definitely been on top of my football game. I would have been well recruited. But it's an opportunity, see, because I didn't understand the numbers. Most people who go to high school and they competed in college and want to go to college and get a scholarship combo, that percentage is like what is 0.85%.
Mm.
So you got to think there are millions of kids that do high school athletics, okay? Millions, but all of them not getting no scholarship.
Mm. Same as these title shot opportunities, right? It's
Yeah,
a
let
low
me
percentage.
speak on that perspective too as
Oh yeah,
well.
yeah.
You
We
know,
got
like,
six in the
Oh,
building. Six is in the building, Coach. You
what's
see
up?
six
What's
in
up?
your chat.
I was gonna say
Yes.
And also
let's
Wild
flip
Tiger.
the yeah, what's going on?
I've
So
been
I want to
quiet.
speak on I wanted to speak on that point that we like to blame the fighters. You understand what I'm saying? But we should be really blaming the organization for setting up these shows. You understand what I'm saying? Once these fighters make it into any of these organizations, they've done what they've been training for. Whether they perform the way to their best ability, that was based on the decision of the cut. You know, the UFC is the echelons of MMA, is what they like to advertise. You know what I'm saying? So you can't discredit all these fighters by the way they talk and whatever. You know what I'm saying? I would just I just appreciate them going in there just to fight. You know what I'm saying? But like it's the UFC that's is not making their mark. Like look at this organization compared to the growth of ONE FC. You know what I'm saying? And you can see the difference. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the UFC right now ain't doing what an Apple company should be doing or like a blue chip company should be doing. You know what I'm saying? To bring us these matches that we want, these fighters that belong. Some of these fighters in that 125 league shouldn't even be in the UFC. You see what I'm saying? So, like, that's based on the organization and their recruiters. You know, that's the way I feel. Why, like, some of these good fighters are actually lacking their exposure or their flowers. You know, because they're not being like. Remember, the UFC is a machine. They're basically like you going into Forbes magazine as a fighter. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not putting these top fighters into this division, then now you're just becoming like how WWE was breaking down and they had to like merge on to buy WCW and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So like the UFC is what's going on, and that's why I told you this organized being what would make MMA more better nowadays is if you have these organization fights. Then you have a whole machine behind certain fighters that they can, you know, broadcast as yeah, I have the best strawweight fighter. You know, let me go against your organization's fighter and let's put that to the test. You know what I'm saying? Because then you have more of people behind it. Because like when you have these organization fights and they go overseas, there's so much crookedness that goes behind that it just takes two different entities to go at each other rather than just the fighters. The fighters are just a piece of the puzzle. That's what I'm saying. So that's how I perspective to look at it. They're more of our entertainment. But when you look at it as a big perspective, like it's the organization's fault. Like it's just like how Apple was slowing down at the beginning, couldn't give what the people want, but then they started to hear and they start to change up, and their stock goes up. You know what I'm saying? That's a feel I get with the UFC. The UFC right now is not doing um, anything. All they're doing is trying to go in other markets rather than actually curating to their own best needs. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the way I see the perspective of us blaming these fighters. It's not the right thing to do. We are entitled to do that, but at the same time, it's like yo, they made it into the UFC. They're getting they got signed. That's like going to college. Like, like you go to college, you go to a top university. What you do in that university doesn't matter, but you made it there. And we all praise the people that do that. Look at it as that, It's the UFC that's not pumping out these, these stars, these since you're claiming that you're like Dana White always says, if it's not broke, don't fix it. No, your system is broke because ONE FC is trumping your numbers right now. And why is that? You know what I'm saying? So, like, these are just things that
What do you think on that, Coach?
Well, you can't now. Okay, I agree with a lot of that, man. It's just that when you get to college, you got to do work. Because once you get to college, if you just sit there in the classroom and looking stupid, hey, you in college, but you're gonna flunk out. So here's the thing, okay? The UFC is creating these machines, right? They created the Grasso machine. They created I can't give him credit for Kayla Harrison. Boy, that was created by a whole nother animal called the PFL. They created the Miranda Fiorot machine. They created all these machines, right? And you, me, all of us, we start believing it, right? Well, the fighters, when you make it to the UFC, that's step one. But if you just sit there, have you noticed the amount of fighters that don't get opportunities are the ones that don't speak out? Like these are the fighters that speak what they want. The matchmakers, you have to make their job easy, okay? But because what a matchmaker wants to do is have an easy job. They don't want to sit and try to match you. They want you. Because it makes it to a point where they can match you and say, hey, this fight is interesting. There's a storyline, and this is what happens. Like, let's take Julianna Pena, for example. She wouldn't have got a title shot against Amanda Nunez had she not have been a vocal piece. Come on. Julianna Pena got to the point where she was showing up at events. I'm talking about Julianna Pena was every day putting stuff on social media, every day, showing up at events. She stood up and said, Dana, why is Amanda not even here? You tell me, Dana, why is she not here? Does she not want to fight me? Like, that's what Julianna Pena had to do because they were not even thinking about Julianna Pena. And I know because Rick Little told me. Rick Little, her coach, told me. He said they weren't even thinking about Julianna. None. But Julianna got busy. Julianna had to produce that fight. She had to make something out of thin air so the matchmakers could be like, okay, let's do this. And now, do y'all think the matchmakers did a bad job? No, because she won the fight. See what I'm saying? So speaking out does help. Getting to the UFC is tough. But, man, you can't just sit in the UFC, man, and do. No, man. These fighters, they have a role to play. It's not all their fault, okay? I agree, big time. But they have a role to play. If you want to fight somebody, say you want to fight them. Okay, don't let these people make matches for you because guess what we get? We get this Aaron Blanchfield and Tyler Santos fight. And let's be honest, man. Come on. I don't want to see this. I think Blanchfield is going to be an interesting fight as long as it lasts. But come on. Tyler going to overwhelm this girl. She going to overwhelm her and break this girl. She going to break her. Man. Come on. Bad use of resources. They could have at least said, okay, Tyler, well, here, if you don't want to fight, okay, if Aaron Blanchfield too soft for you, then hell, let's put you in there with Jennifer Mike. Let's give you somebody. That's all I got to say on that, man. But I agree with you. I agree with you, Six.
But GP said this in the comment 6. He said the UFC fighters are basically independent contractors. It's up to the fighters to sell their product to the consumers. The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Couldn't have said it no better.
Yeah. Yeah, because it is like we were saying the other day, you have to sell your brand. When they give you the opportunity, it's on you to push you. That's kind of how it was with Carla Esparza, like Carla was in the rankings, her wins were keeping her afloat, but she was never a superstar because she never really took the reins herself and like really made a big name for herself. That's why she didn't even have the US behind her when she tried to make that comment about bringing the belt back to the US, So, yeah, that's how I agree with GP on that. But Wild Tiger, you been in here. What's going on, girl? We were just in here talking a little bit. What's up with
Uh, shit. Oh, well, when they watch what was the topic? I know. Well, I did hear you, but I know y'all been jumping here and there, so I don't want to cut through
Would you?
or
Oh, what'd you think of the fight year of 2022 overall? Like as far as the fights in
uh,
WMMA.
I did not watch a lot like I wanted to because your girl been tired. But I say some of them that I caught as far as the UFC, Invicta, uh PF. I don't think I catch. Well, I think I did saw one on PFL, but I don't watch it because that's like I think it's like a dollar store. Uh, MMA brand because they don't throw they don't throw no elbows, so I don't want to watch that. That she just throw punches and kicks. But I think some of the fights that I watched been cool. All right. You already know how I feel about the Sparza versus Nunez 2. I don't know what the hell I was watching that night. Honestly, there's like there's two matches, two fights I already had that was my favorite, and that was like of my top my favorite fights of the year. For me, it was Pena versus Nunez too. Julianna Pena got her ass whooped badly by Amanda Nunez. Yeah, I'm a fan of her, but uh, not also Valentina Shevchenko versus Taylor Santos. That was a good fight, and I give you credit to coach because, like I said, I don't know Taylor Santos that much, and I'm still learning about her. Because when I first heard about Taylor Santos was last year, like end of 2021, and when I saw how she was built, I thought she was like a bantamweight, but I figured out she was a flyweight, and I didn't throw I had no hate against Taylor Santos, but yeah, I would say that Valentina Shevchenko versus Taylor Santos fight was pretty good, and like Coach said, Taylor gave Valentina that work, but eventually, and what Coach was saying, the record shows that Taylor Santos won. Um, Now I don't know if the Ultimate Fighter season 30 would count with the season, the tough house, whatever you want to call it, count. I feel like the build up with the rematch of Pena versus Nunez 2. I wish they had like I know like end of the season they started talking Amanda really was talking her ish, but I wish it was like more like they was hitting more promos with each other, trash talking with each other because I was excited about the rematch, don't get me wrong, but as far as like the promos and I wasn't really like too geeked about the fight. But I would say though the fights of this year been pretty cool though. I didn't like I said I didn't catch all of them, but I have watched some of them do the best that I can. Now with the flyweight, I'm just gonna say this. I know I said this like a few times, but
Oh, go ahead. I know.
um, there's some talented people in the flyweight. I'm a I'm a fan of Valentina Shevchenko, but not I'm just gonna say the people that's underneath her, including Taylor Santos and the people that's not really on the top. There's some talented women that's in the flyweight, but the only reason why I say I ain't gonna hype up these women flyweights because I don't know. It seems like I said, it's like when they are in the bottom, they want to they want to make all the noise, but when they get up there, they get quiet. I mean, they don't get quiet, but they like when like the I don't know what them people call when they hand when they got the mic to them. I'm sorry if I'm messing up or anything. Um,
Oh, the
when
post
that's
fight interview.
yeah, the post fight interview. They ask what's the next thing that you want to do. Like what Coach was saying, like I feel like it, I feel like they just wasting their all damn time. I mean, I don't know what's the. I mean, I'm not a part of the fight world yet, but I do some training. But I just feel like if y'all gonna talk all that noise, then just why not keep the same energy? That's energy. That's why I say I respect Junior European. That's why I like Junior European because I feel like what I was saying in that super chat. You know, she kept the same old energy. Hell, she called out Ronda Rousey. She called out Holly Holm. When she was a champ, she called out, well, I don't know if she called out Misha Tate or anything, but she called out Amanda Nunez, and she sit on Amanda Nunez's forehead.
Yeah,
Even
she
though
was
she got
always
her,
on Nunez. She was on Nunez for like 6 years.
yeah, for 6 years. And she beat the good thing, like she beat Amanda Nunes the first time. Then she lost to Amanda Nunes by unanimous decision, and still, and because she's the number 1 contender in the bantamweight, she's still calling out Amanda Nunes. And I know that we're not gonna get a trilogy fight right now, but that's why I said I respect Julianna opinion. That's why I like her because I feel like she's like the only MMA fighter, WMMA fighter right now. I don't know who else do all the call outs like forever, but P like she's like I don't give up. I'm gonna call out all the champ. I don't care if she the champ, if somebody down the street the champ. She been like on Nunez forehead, and she still is. It's like she not worried about nobody else that's underneath her. She still want that her belt back.
Hmm.
And that's why I respect that. And like I said, I don't know what's up with the WMA. I don't bash on anybody to let anybody know, but I just don't get it because uh it just like I feel like it's just pointless at the point that like they doing all that calling out, then just like with Manon, she doing all that calling out when she's at the bottom, then when she on the top. She just not she wants somebody else instead of Valentina Shevchenko. And then you calling out Rose Namajunas. I'm like, so you calling out Rose, but you can't call out Valentina Shevchenko? That didn't make no sense to me at all.
Yeah, yeah. It does change for some fighters. I mean, the one thing never changed with Pena, man. Like Pena is always about the smoke. Even she lost every single round against Nunez, but I can't get mad at her because she still
Right.
wants it. Let me ask you this, Coach. Who do you think keeps their belt in 2023? Who do you think loses it?
Who keep their belt in 2023?
Yeah, who's gonna
What's
lose
up,
their belt?
Coach?
Let me see. Damn, this ought to be good. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Dang. Yeah. Hold on one second. I got you. One of my clients in the gym. Okay. That's what's up. Hey, so, okay, I think Valentina definitely keep her belt. I think Nunez keep the belt. And James Perez, sorry to tell you, but the record show. But the record show. The record show, James Perez. And James Perez, you got to understand this, man. I think Valentina keep her belt. Whaley I don't think Whaley keeping her belt, bro. I think that belt's gonna be out of there. That strawweight belt have changed hands so many times. It's not even funny, man. I can't see Whaley keeping the belt. There, we talking men. If we talking about the men, I believe that Leon L was gonna lose this belt. I think Alex Pereira definitely gonna lose it.
Yeah.
If he fights against any grapplers, it's over.
Oh,
If he fights against any grapplers, it's over. Okay, it's over.
how about Volkanovski?
Volkanovski? Oh man, I don't know. I don't see Volk losing his belt, man. Volk, this dude on a whole nother level, man. This dude, he's gotten better, bro. Like Volkanovski has gotten better, man, and he's getting better every fight. This guy's actually now he's hella defensive now, man. Have you noticed the man defense, man?
Yeah,
Like his defense, it's just
counterpunching too.
crazy. Yeah, Volkanovski, man. I'm starting to, dude. That's starting to be one of my favorite fighters, bro. And the
Same
guy,
here.
man, I feel like he be in the damn Matrix, man. Volkanovski be in the damn Matrix, man. Like this dude, he remind me of Demetrius Johnson when Demetrius Johnson was going in there just schooling people. That's how Volkanovski remind me. I don't think Volkanovski gonna lose that belt, man. I don't think he is. I think Edwards. I think his belt finna be out of there.
Okay.
I think, and man, I hate my boy Jared Prozac, man. Lost his belt.
Oh,
damn,
man.
I hate Prozac, man. Cause Prozac was doing his thing, man. And then Prozac got hurt, man. Remember that?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
God, dog, man.
Yeah,
man. I was like, that boy finna be a hell of a champion, man.
Yeah.
And then took his belt, man.
What do
and
you
like? Who else?
What do you like the chances of Jamal Hill?
Is he a champion, man? Excuse me.
No, he's not a champion, but he been making his way up, and I know he been calling for a title fight.
Man, he good. You know what? Jamal Hill fast as hell, bro.
Yeah,
he fast, man. That brother is fast, man. And Jamal Hill got a nice little swag to him too, man. So I don't know though, man. Combo, I don't know. I don't know if he ready for that work yet, man.
Okay.
I think Jamal Hill might be too away from a title shot, man. It's some stuff, man. Jamal Hill get sloppy. He get real sloppy. And you can't do that, man. You can't do that against some of these champs, man. Can't do that.
Yeah, he got a little sloppy in that Thiago Santos fight, but he was able to come through. But you can't do that against, your boy Prozac.
Nah, man.
You can't do that against Teixeira, man.
You can't do that against Jared Prozac, man. You can't do that.
All right, let me ask you this, Coach, real quick. Because next to you, this is a big fight I want. Do you think we'll get Francis and John in 2023?
I don't think so, man. I don't think so. They're not gonna pay these guys, and it's a shame, man, because because me and Roger was arguing about this combo. Remember that John Jones being a draw?
Yeah, I was in there,
and I said I think he is. And I think Ngannou plus John Jones is a draw. And I said, pay these guys because this is the biggest fight in MMA that can still be made right now. The biggest fight. But they don't want to pay these guys. And the UFC, they're gonna have to come up off that, man. They're gonna have to, they gotta do something, man. They're gonna have to pay these guys a good base pay and promise them, at least like promise them some money in pay-per-view points. Cause and John Jones is saying he want more than $10 million, man. Did you see when he said that?
Yeah, I saw that.
John Jones said he want more than 10 mil, but then if you look at it, okay, for the pay-per-views they're gonna charge what $79 for it, maybe 80.
Yeah,
that's what, because the average is 69, right?
Yeah.
So I can see $80, and if they do $1 million, let's just hypothetically say they do $1 million, okay? $80 times $1 million. I mean, what's that? That's $80 million on pay-per-view, man. Then you got the gate. Then you got merch. Okay, you got all that stuff, man. That fight realistically can bring in between $150 million and $200 million. So, I mean, when you really look at the landscape, the UFC still going to keep the lion's share of the money, man. Pay these guys some money. Pay them. And the tickets at the gate going to be high. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I went to a fight. And man, I paid for some nosebleed seats. Them seats was $100, man. Just for nosebleeds.
Oh yeah.
Bro, do you know the seats on the floor? Some of them seats like $1,500. $500. Man, them seats expensive, man. So you go in the gate and you buy your tickets at the gate. Man. You buy them tickets at the gate, man. That gate gonna make some money on that fight. So pay these dudes, man. Like they gonna make some money off this fight, man. A lot of money. After they pay everybody, UFC, they'll pocket probably a good $150 million. They'll pocket that. They might bring in $200 million, but they'll pocket $150 million. Man, they can afford to pay these guys $10, $15 million a piece. They can afford it. They can afford it, man.
Yeah, they can afford that. They just don't want to give. They're a little salty because John is figuring out his worth now. He's figuring out his worth, and Ngannou knows what he's bringing to the table. So I think, that's what the holdup is here. Not giving them money and they missing out. This is like the biggest heavyweight fight they can make, man. You know, this is the biggest fight they can make. And I know John was talking about fighting Stipe first, but he's not going to take that fight until he's guaranteed what what he's asking for against Francis, though. You know?
Well, man. Yeah, they got to pay these dudes, man. You know, every time some brothers want to make them some money, man, they ain't never got the money or they can't afford it. But Conor McGregor and Khabib Nurmagomedov, they can name their price and pay them. And the hell, man, they was trying to pay Khabib like a boat ton of money to come back and fight, man. They was trying to pay Khabib heavy to come back and fight. And Khabib told him no. And y'all can't make this fight. Come on, man. Dana White be on some bullshit, man.
Yeah.
They need to get him out of here, man.
Yeah, he don't want to see either one of them get this type of money. He gonna do like Bob Arum and say, "Oh, it ain't gonna sell like that." You know what I mean? That's what Bob Arum's excuse was. He said black fighters don't sell, and when Errol Spence and Sean Porter's fight did, you know, big pay-per-view numbers for today. You know, that was his thing. So I was like, man, get out of here.
Problem is too, man, they don't want to pay the guys, and then they don't want these guys to have a revolt. You know, like get these big paydays and then don't be wanting to fight. Like he don't want what happened to them happen like Conor McGregor. You remember what McGregor did? Yeah. McGregor made all that damn money, man, and just sitting back chilling, all proper 12 and drinking it. Conor McGregor really did him in, man.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Hey, bro, some dude in your comment section named Gabriella. Yeah, well, I hope you do. Man. Your name Gabriella, so I'm assuming you might do something. It says Manon should call out. Oh, okay. He said should call out the winner of Lauren and Andrade instead of Rose.
Yeah.
I could almost respect that a little bit more.
Oh, because you saw the interview, right, Coach? I mean, Lauren Murphy, she was trying to talk some junk about Manon. That's why I said that was the fight she needed to take, man.
Hey, man, they finna be all over Manon ass, man. I'm telling you, man. She should have never did that interview, bro. They finna be like everybody finna be on Manon. Everybody. Everybody. And you know when Chael Sonnen really started making multiple videos, it's over.
Yeah.
You know he finna get started. Chael Sonnen finna get started.
Oh yeah.
You know he finna go in. Whoa, is she afraid? Whoa, I mean, hey. She don't want to fight her. That's for sure. That's what he gonna say.
Oh yeah, why he's gonna come out and say something. Oh, Robert,
I can't watch his videos. I had to turn them off. I did one video. I see no, his voice is annoying. I don't know how he got a girlfriend. And I have to tell him like, look, man, your voice is annoying. Chael, I'm gonna need you to keep your mouth shut.
Hey, Darby said Volkanovski beats everybody except Islam. You think he gonna lose that fight too? That's gonna be a good fight.
Ooh, boy.
Ain't that fight next though?
Yeah, that's gonna be a big fight, man.
Yeah, that's the next one coming up.
Now they gotta pay these guys, man. If these guys want to restructure their contracts, they're gonna have to do it, man. You know, like they did for Masvidal.
Yeah,
they're gonna have to restructure it because this fight's gonna be big, man. Islam, you know, I used to be on him, man. I used to be on him and Khamzat.
Same.
I used to be on them too, man. Yeah. But I'm a believer now. I'm an Islam believer and I'm a Khamzat believer. Okay, they the real deal. But Islam and Volkanovski, boy, that's gonna be Clash of the Titans.
I'm gonna watch that one, even though I don't really care about the men's MMA like that. But I'm gonna watch that one.
Yeah, I had to buy that one, man.
Yeah,
I ordered my hot wings. Look, I tell you, but don't bother me. I'm watching the fight. Good old fight, shoot.
Yeah, man. Combo, that's gonna be a fight, bro.
Yeah, I'm definitely order that one. I mean, they're trying to raise that price on us, but I'm gonna order that fight. Hey, Mojo said, how about they offer a percentage of the pay-per-view? Then if the fight does sell well, then they get paid well. Nothing big guaranteed. The bulk comes from the ticket and pay-per-view sales. That's what our Mojo was asking.
I would do that.
Yeah. Because like you said, if it does like a high number like that, I'd take a percentage of that. The boxers, that's how they get a good portion of their money. It's off of that pay-per-view money.
Like Amanda Nunez only got a base pay of what, $200,000 to fight Ronda.
Yeah,
but after pay-per-view sales over, she ended up getting $2.5 million.
Mm-hmm. That's why she smiled all through that press conference, because she was good. People were talking about their money, but she was like, "Oh, I'm getting some of this though."
Speaking of Nunez, man. Okay, who's she fighting next? Who y'all think they're gonna put in there with next?
Man,
I don't know. I gotta see the rankings because I saw her last tweet that she supposedly called out the two contenders, which is Ari Ardania and Kaylin Vieira. But this is my personal opinion. I feel like one of them ain't gonna beat Nunez. Now I could be wrong, but I think, like I said, with Nunez striking power, I think she on that Matrix roids. But honestly, I think it can be between Idea or Vieira. But wait a minute, don't Vieira got a fight coming up too?
Yeah, she fighting Rocky.
Oh, never mind. I'll take that back. Man, I can just say I'd probably say Idea if she don't got a fight. But I don't honestly, I really don't even know because the only person who recalled out Amanda Nunez is Julianna Pena, but we already know that we not gonna get that trilogy fight because that last performance that Pena got her tail whooped and it like Nunez shot Julianna Pena in the head multiple times.
Yeah, her head was open in that fight. I mean, it was split.
It was like
It was
split open.
Like Gabriella said, does Yasmin Harigi get in the rankings by the end of 2023 or no?
Yeah.
I think she does. Yeah, I think the way they moving her, they're gonna put her in there. He said, Gabriel said Nunez versus Eileen Perez is next. Hold on, man. I was supposed to do this every day, coach, but Eileen Perez, she tweets some of the craziest stuff. I was going to read a tweet a day or a tweet a week from her. Eileen Perez, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the one that be twerking all the time.
Yeah,
did she get a tail whoop last time though?
You know, man, I thought she was on. I thought this woman was taking cocaine, man. I thought she was on drugs. Cause some of the stuff she said, man, I'm like, yo, this broad on drugs. What is she doing?
All right,
look, she said, stupid stuff.
This is what she tweeted a couple weeks ago. I'm going to show everyone that I am a WMMA pioneer in selling fights, 100%. This Eileen Perez now. She said, I'm the first to call out Amanda Nunez this year.
No, she's not.
That's what she
said. What's the beginning of her first name spelled?
Ailin.
Eileen.
Oh, hang on, y'all. We got Robert Henry in the building. What's going on, Rob?
I don't see her in the rankings. So how the hell she gonna call out Amanda Nunez?
Robert Henry, don't call him. This dude don't return phone calls anyway.
Hey, listen, first of all, Coach.
What's up, Robert Henry?
All right, Coach. I ain't scared of you like all those Whaley weirdos now. That won't make a comment under your videos when you say F Whaley. I mean, I was enjoying the hell out of those videos, Coach. Talking about come live, let's do it. Like, I don't give a damn about no Whaley. But anyway, since it's light, we can play around a little bit since we're just talking about the future, which it don't look real good right now. But in terms of shout out Wild Tiger, how you been? You all right?
And you got Six back in the building too.
I've been good.
Yes. All right, cool. Listen, Coach was right about me. Okay, I got to give Coach some credit here. Okay. And I have to admit, I can't be like Mayweather. I can't be like Mayweather Jr., man. Coach told me this would happen, and he was absolutely right. Because I'm having some issues going on with the channel.
It's not the channel, it's me. And it also got something to do with Dana White right now, okay? I got a
Uh-oh.
little bit of money. I got a little bit of money. I got some money in the dresser, and I got some money that, in like a little bit of saving, but I can't afford these pay-per-views, man. I just can't with good conscience do coverage of W. Look, combo. I finally went and got the what do you call it? The internet. You know how they come in and they install it in your crib.
Oh yeah,
I
George
went.
pays internet.
No, 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 I
Ah.
don't. I got the upgrade above that. I got two upgrades above that. But I got the one in the middle. But no, the internet is good. But I'm like, I just these pay-per-views, man. And I hate ESPN Plus. Y'all are heroes for dealing with them because to
They
me, I
bougie
mean,
as hell.
one of my first videos was about them called ESPN Plus trash. Like to pay for that, they be wanting $88. Then for the real big cars, they be wanting like I don't know 100 and something. It's too rich for my blood, coach. I need like two hustles and a new job. I need like it's too much. When they say that being an MMA fan is expensive, it is. It is. Like that's why I say donate to every channel like Combo who can keep 7 to 8 videos going a week and coach doing live streams and everybody doing what they do. Pay that man his money just to fund it. Hell, we sitting there trying to fund some of these fighters that really want to fight to actually want to fight. I mean, I feel like Wild Tiger want to fight more than most of the people in the flyweight division. I mean,
Damn.
you got Manone. I didn't even read the story. I just saw the headline. I said, headline. I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with them girls because I said this a year. I said this years ago, coach. I said they all running from the bullet. They all are afraid. This one little 5'5" Russian descent woman. This little woman has completely destroyed the division by just being there. I've never seen this. Only one person ever called her out in the cage, and that was Caitlyn. I don't remember it, but somebody told me that happened. But
And
nobody want to call her out.
Jessica, I called her out too, right,
I
Coach?
mean, Jessica. You see that she got obliterated when she got head kicked to hell. She kicked her ass out of the cosmos, coach. I mean, what was that? So I guess that's why nobody remember last time we talked a
Yeah.
combo when it was me, you, and Brian Williams. That's why nobody has called out Valentina since because she kicked Jessica Eye's head off as the right
Yeah,
eye was popping out.
Good God.
So
Hey,
man,
look, let me say
you
this
gotta
real
be.
quick. I'll let y'all go on with it.
Lord.
Dang, Coach got another video coming through my notification. He ain't playing
coach is going
today.
hard right now, man.
Cause
This
you
is
had me on the floor. I was laughing when you was roasting my known Fury. I was like, damn.
I
You
gotta
know
listen to
what,
that video.
combo?
I'm gonna make sure before I go to sleep I listen to
Combo.
that one.
You tell these people they got something they want to say. You tell them come see me live. You tell them come see me. Tell them combo. Don't hide in the comment section. Tell
hey.
them don't go to BJ Johnson. Don't hide in George Page comment section.
Mm-hmm,
Don't hide in Tay Tay comment section.
mm-hmm,
Don't do that. Don't go to WMMA Addict and hide
mm-hmm,
in the comment section and be salty.
mm-hmm.
Nope. You
The
come
run
out the
nigga
comment
was.
section. Yeah, and let me say one thing too. And tell a lot of y'all people, man, to be coming over here, coming to me trying to. I be deleting you. I want y'all to know y'all comments be deleted. Because, man, they always say, man, yeah, I kind of like how you say it, man, but, WMA Addict, man, he just says it. Look, don't tell me nothing about the Addict. I love the Addict. Good man. Met him. I've seen him once. Okay. Good dude. Nope. 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 Don't come over here with that. I said, I'm a fan of his channel. See, I be shutting that down. Don't come over here with that. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
I don't
look,
get
everybody got
I
their
hate
own way of bringing it.
doing
That's why I like leaving some of these comments up because I like receipts, because I want to see the
Yeah.
energy change. I be watching
Huh.
energy change with some of these people. Like
Mhm.
some people say something about a fighter, or they say something about one of us. I'd be like, well, okay, I'm not this person. We both got different views. We say it in different ways, but hey, this is him and this is me. But when it all comes down to it, I still respect whoever's opinion, whether it be yours, BJ, Addict, whoever, Robert Henry, Wild Tiger, don't matter.
Yeah, I like when they try to come at you combo and then you sneak a jab in there, let them know like, nah, this ain't, because see, you have a like a more not weak or anything, but you're more smooth, you're more
You
laid back.
calm.
They just assume,
Yeah.
oh man, I can come over here, and I'm like, no, you can't. You can't go nowhere because don't nobody care about what you're talking about. You know?
Combo, I don't know. I could see Combo in the press conference talking stuff, but calm as hell. See, Combo, you gotta teach me how to be calm like that. Cause me, on the other hand, I be energetic.
No, you got to do you. You got to do you, Wild Tiger. You got to just. But maybe you can learn a few pointers from them. So when you do explode, they don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Uh,
know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the wild tiger, so sometimes my ass don't calm
I
down. Sometimes I do.
Wait a second.
Oh,
Wait a
hang on real
second.
quick. Brian
And this
Williams,
dude,
appreciate this
this
10
dude.
spot. He said, message received, Robert Henry. He said, Combo, you got to help Colostrum. YouTube is effing with his comments. Like,
Hmm.
what's wrong with his comments?
What?
I didn't show up. And James
Hold on. I see his
Perez.
comments right. Wait, hold on. I see his comments here. I mean, the other day, I think we were BJ said something like that and they were retracting or something. Like, I see a comment
BJ.
retracted. So he didn't do that?
Let me bring something to the table real quick. I want to ask this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick,
All right.
James Perez. I'm on you.
So,
And I'm not gonna let you live, James.
with the prices of the pay-per-view that
Uh-huh.
we pay for these fights, um, would you guys pay these fights if you knew that the percentage of the pay-per-views would be actually going to the fighters? You understand what I'm saying? Like you're actually supporting because a lot of these times you have these fighters fighting under the line. That's what I'm
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about. Like Demetrius Johnson just basically was arguing that point when he fought Rod Tango Moraes. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like I don't mind paying these higher prices as long as it's going to. That's what I told you. Like it's these organizations got to build these brands so that we actually are. It's like you going to your favorite artist's concert. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they need to like I would gladly pay $100 more if you actually given me a fight that I want. You know what I'm saying? So like the way I see it, like when you guys are just saying whether these fighters why don't they get paid percentage of the pay per views? Well, that's how the system works. In reality, like you have to climb the ladder, then you become a points fighter above the line where where you're fighting above where there's a budget that everyone that fills. So when you reach above that line, then you become a points fighter. Like how many points are you which you draw in becoming from pay per views to opening gate. You guarantee that as a fighter, and that's why when just a recent interview, well, it wasn't a recent, but they chopped up the interview with Demetrius Johnson that what he got out of his last fight, he was also being able to control his contract out there, where he was able to get percentages of the pay per views as being a points fighter. You know what I'm saying? So when people understand that, then you'll understand why whether you think your value of you paying that high price pay per view is worth it or not. Like, are you really like now you know where it's going to? You know what I'm saying? Like, I rather that's why I told you I favor these top fighters because they're the ones that are actually if they know how to work out their contract, they'll be getting these percentages of these pay per views. But other than that, the UFC is pocketing that as their organization. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they make the structure as it's just like a film structure, a budget. Like there are people that get paid below the line, and there's people that get paid above the line, which is basically a set structure. Below the line is all a set structure. Above the line, you're given what you bring into the table. So
Yeah,
that's how.
I used to do some video work. I was always like below the line because I
Yeah,
was like the
that's exactly how
hired
the
freelancer and stuff.
That's exactly how the UFC works, and that's why a lot of these fighters don't understand that. So you get paid because this is what you draw in. That's what I'm saying. So, like, if you're not making that point system, you're not drawing in that. Like, why argue pay? You know what I'm saying? Like, when you have Costa, that's your fault. When Costa had to do 6 fights, he's doing 6 fights for like 60,000, 60,000, 60,000 a fight or something like that. And now he's asking 500,000 for the next fight with Whitaker just to close off his last fight. Like that's where like the growth of you as a fighter becomes you start to understand your worth. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I told you the UFC are taking advantage of a lot of these third world fighters coming out. Because remember the American money is different from anywhere around the world. So what they can make, and then all of a sudden they start to see the glitz and glamour that this Hollywood UFC brings to the people, and now they're gonna be like, look, like I'm worth more. You know what I'm saying? So just understand the system, and you'll understand why we pay what we pay. That's what I'm saying, especially with inflation and all that shit, you know. So that's why I don't like with the way they charge all these things. I'm paying for the entertainment, and I understand inflation. You know what I'm saying? But I better be paying. Like if I'm here to be paying to go watch a Drake show or whatever, I better get a like or a Kanye experience. How it's how like they do it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I feel like what entitles when I give my money to these stars. You know, that's why like when I told you with that 125 division, that's just something for the UFC that like you have a star on that division. You know, you do, but you're not like putting good underacts in that division to to show that talent. You know, you're basically like bringing doubters to your champion. You know, because a lot of these opponents that they're facing are not to the potential of like how you have your other divisions. You know, and that's based on like the lineup that they built for you. You know, so that's the way I feel. Just basically talking on the points of when we were just talking about when you guys are just saying that they should be entitled to the payment. I do believe that. I do believe that they should be entitled to pay-per-view. But believe it or not, a lot of these fighters aren't getting pieces of that pay-per-view. You know, and we've already been paying that every time they increase it. And there are only certain fighters that are doing that. Either they do that or they get like um marketing deals, or they get their own like look with a proper 12, what Connor does with proper 12. They promote that all the time on every. If you look on the mats everywhere, you'll see proper 12. You'll see ads for proper 12. So Connor has a point in the business now, you know, because of his draw. You know what I'm saying? I want every UFC to think like that so they can get a piece. You know what I'm saying? To do that way. Because when you only have one, remember the whole organization only has a small core a core that they use as ambassadors to embark the brand. You know, other than that, you're all below the line, and you got to earn your stripes. And you know, like that. That's when we were talking about individual contracts. That's pretty much what it is. Until you bring your weight to the table, you all have to negotiate all these individual contracts. That's why all these individual contracts have so many problems, because everyone compares themselves to each other. You know what I'm saying? Rather to their best interests. You know,
They don't
so
set their own standard.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So you have to look at it the way the pay structure works. When the pay structure, you understand the pay structure, then you'll understand how much the UFC has been fucking with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, and fucking with their fighters. You know what I'm saying? And it's just something that, like, you know, like I start putting everything together because, like I said, the whole MMA UFC right now has turned into an entertainment business. And when it comes to entertainment, they all get paid the same way. You know, the structure. You know what I'm saying? There's different ways that these fighters earn their stripes and earn their living from it. You know, so like accept the basically accept the increase in prices and understand like yo, if you are going to be paying it, just make sure that you understand that you want to support that fighter, that you're there always, that's bringing you to always watch these fights, you know, like that's something that when I think of that's why when I told you when I think of fighters I want to see the people that like game changers, because like that's when I really know that, you know, eventually they can, if they know how to work, have good lawyers and good agents that can work the magic, you become a points fighter. You know, like you're becoming part of the organization. And that's what I feel that a lot of these fighters are just fillers now, you know, because it's hard to find competition. It's like Street Fighter, you know, like in the game Street Fighter. Imagine you have a whole organization that actually has these top fighters just like that, that all have a skillful set that, yeah, that can all, like, you know, put on a good show. UFC don't have that, you know. They're it's just the luck of the draw, you know. Until these, you know, like they get their recruiting good, or they everybody, you know, they'll never get it right because of the recipe that, you know, that to go out there and find them, you know, because it's just like I said, like they still trying to grow their market, you know, at the end of the day. But they have done good with what they've been best at, was building the men's division, you know. This women division, all fighting and everything is new, you know. But I feel that with the way it's going right now, like I find it more interesting than the men's fighting nowadays, you know. So like, yeah, that's all pretty
Yeah,
much I had to say about that point system, you know. Like, but yeah,
I would support him. You know, if I
yeah.
knew it was going to. And what about y'all? Like, if you knew that the money was going, the pay per view money was going to the fighters, I would support it. I would buy more.
Yeah, I do the same too.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much my only argument with that. Like, you know, like that. I just wanted to point that out because that's how I feel. Like, you know, like that you're paying for the experience at the end of the day, and you know, and going to see a show. You know what I'm saying? Like, we pay concerts more than that sometimes, and we pay services that we get more than that. You know, but I'm there. supporting someone that I feel that as long as it's going to an art fighter, like yeah, I would encourage that for the fighter to reach out for that because I know at the beginning it's not going to these fighters, but like at the end of the day, it's like it is going to certain fighters or a certain percentage of people in the organization, that build that brand. But like I said, it's based on the fighters' contracts and everything that makes it to their best interest.
Hey,
Hey, yo,
Robert Henry,
six.
I meant to
Yeah.
ask you this,
My
Robert Henry.
bad.
Who what was the most savage thing that happened in 2022 for you, man? Like as far as fights, I got the savage here. What was the most savage win in WMMA for you?
When
Mm-hmm.
oh my goodness. Okay, was this last year? I'm trying to remember. When did old girl get knocked out? Um, Wait a minute, there was a recent knockout, man. I'm trying to remember it.
You talking about Bojo? I knew talking about her, but
Yeah, you know what? Since I don't like Joe JJ, that was pretty savage
I
because you
thought you
just
talking
didn't
about
see
her.
it. Like you knew a finish was probably coming. It was likely, but like not like that. That was pretty savage. Let me see another one. Daniel Taylor, that was last year, right? When
Yeah, that
Daniel
was
Taylor
last
got
year.
knocked out, that was
Yeah.
last year.
Hey,
That was like toward
fellas,
the end, right?
man,
That was
hey,
pretty
hold on,
savage,
y'all.
but that
I'm
was
gonna
last
break
year.
out of here.
Okay, coach.
All
You
right,
out,
salute,
man.
coach. See
Have a
you.
good
Man,
one, Coach.
Have a
thanks
good
for
one.
having
Have
me
a
on
good
here,
one.
man.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'll be over, man. Whenever you jump on, man, we gonna
Hmm
chop it up, bro.
Hold on,
Okay,
Convo.
push
Let me
through.
think if I can
Okay,
think of.
yeah, man, you got to come
Oh, yeah,
on
go ahead.
next on my channel, man.
Yes, sir. Make sure y'all
Yes, sir.
subscribe to my man, Coach Sheldon Harrison, son.
Or
Yes,
don't
sir.
I'm
subscribe.
trying
Who
to think
cares?
of. All right, coach.
Have a good one, Coach.
Uh,
Yeah, have a
yeah,
good one.
I'm trying to think of one more combo. Like
Okay.
even that stoppage with who was that Molly? That was pretty savage too. Another spinning elbow.
Oh yeah,
But
Blanchfield.
I'm trying to
Hmm.
think of one where somebody just beat almost to death though. Can you think of one? Because right now somebody just got dominated round for round, just punished. I'm trying to think of something.
Um,
What about you?
I know I was talking about the chokeout earlier of Maria Agapova by Jillian Robertson.
That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I was thinking
Yeah.
about it, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to wake BJ up. So I said, "Nah, I'm gonna leave that one
Hey,
alone."
Ah!
hey, I said it when he was here, so he
Yeah,
had
but
he had that got
no,
him.
no. Actually, that actually it wasn't the back of my mind. It had nothing to do with BJ. Like that was kind of savage, but that also felt like I gotta look back at it. It felt like some refing. Like that should have already been.
You
You know
is
what
you
I'm
talking about
saying?
Miller?
I'm talking
You talking about?
about no. I'm talking
Oh,
about when Gothica got choked out by Jillian.
oh, my bad. I
Oh, you
Yeah,
thought.
Ryan
that's
said
that.
Pena.
That's the
Pena, yeah, Pena was yeah, the Nunez fight. Yeah, that was a bloody fight. Yeah.
yeah, that was pretty. But I'm so biased against. Nah, I'm gonna give Amanda her props. I ain't gonna never like not give nobody credit. It's like I'm splitting that props for the beating taken and for the person that's putting on the beating because I'd have been dead by that time, taking all them hits from anybody. But
That's what I'm saying.
let me answer what who was that James Perez, what he was saying about what I would pay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm at that age now where I'm more raw than ever. I'm not about to be very graphic with my language, but what I mean is I'm just gonna say it like how I feel it. That's just where I'm at now. I would be willing to pay that, but I feel like since the pandemic, before, but particularly since the pandemic to now, I've spent so much money on WMMA, and I'm not even talking about the pay-per-views. I'm talking about contributing to a fund directly to PayPal's that I kind of don't give a damn what the UFC or any of these organizations do. I just hope they do right by the fighters because they are a promotion. So while I was, you know, Wild Tiger Eyes, I was leaning toward the whole thing about putting it on the fighters, and I do put a lot of it on the fighters, but I do feel that the organization should kind of be ashamed of themselves how they do their fighters. But I'm at the point now where it's like I'm just when I can see the fights, I can see the fights. I don't know if I'm signing back up because I got other things to do. And again, maybe I need to become like a Steve Harvey or something because I don't want to pay that price no more. Like I'm not in position at the moment. So it's kind of like if they do it, great. But I feel like the fighters are responsible for their own careers because my thing is you're under a contract that says you're independent, but you can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? You have an ironclad contract that is disguised as like a regular contractor. Like you contracted to do this, you contracted to do this, but you can go over there and that's what the whole what was it? The Reebok deal was about. It was about taking money from fighters and giving the organization majority of the control. And I'm like, okay, that's how they do business. But if you're a fighter, you have to take care of yourself. You have to make the decisions. Either come together with people you don't like, or okay, I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give an example of something that I was thinking about saying when James was talking. Combo, do you remember when Justin Gaethje was fighting Tony Ferguson?
Yeah.
Right. So it was reported. I don't know was it before or after. I think it was after the fight that Tony Ferguson was making about 170,000, and Justin Gaethje was making about 400,000. And this is not a lie. This is pretty much accurate information. Justin Gaethje, who was the challenger, who was vying for that spot that Tony Ferguson had because he wanted to fight Khabib, but it was like destined to never happen because it got canceled like 6 times, right? Now he basically made a three close to 300,000 more dollars to beat the hell out of Tony Ferguson in that fight that happened during the middle of COVID. So that goes to show you that you can have all the fight skill in the world and you can have the position, you can have the rank, you can have more popularity or whatever. I guess they were kind of neck and neck at that point because Justin Gaethje was somewhat of a fan favorite at the time. But the bottom line is he was the newer guy and he was able to finagle and figure out how to get more money than the guy who had won 12 fights in a row. So I while I put it on his management and I put it on maybe his legal team, I put it mostly on him and maybe the people directly around him because you can't you have to get whatever it is. This is any job. This isn't just UFC. You see what I'm saying, Combo? At the end of the day, it's just like you say, if you don't know how to manage your money, guess who fault it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's yours. It has to fall back on you because when you start making considerable money, more money than you ever want, you want to take all the credit for earning the money. So you got to take all the credit for being irresponsible. So I mean, I don't like. Here's the thing: if they increase let's say every fight card, no matter what, was $100 or like 99 or whatever, right? Plus tax. I'll be with it if they gave a higher percentage to the fighters. And but I don't know when that's ever gonna happen. But my thing is that I just realized you can want all you want for some people. Like I'm a type of person, like I've been very generous with my money. Oh, sometimes too generous to the point where, if they don't want it, they don't want it. They don't want it. You can't make them want it. They want to be fighters. They want to be Montefiores. You know what I'm saying? They don't necessarily want to be a champion. They don't necessarily want to make a decent living, but they want to fight. I mean, that's their business. I don't worry about it no more.
Yeah, I can't go into the game thinking of that way. Just be a fighter and don't look in your bank account. Don't want the belt. That I don't think that's a good look. And that's
Because
how a
it's
lot
just
of fighters used to turn out back in the day.
yeah.
I mean, like boxing. They weren't managing their money, or the promoter was already screwing them over from the jump. So that's all they were, was just like a racehorse, Racehorse, you run until you can't run anymore. Then you just done.
I don't mean to cut you off, but Don King, I agree. Don King basically had them dudes back in the day signing contracts and nothing written on it. They just fill in, they just fill in whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? Right after you sign it. I mean, that's crazy, man.
I remember Larry
I ain't got
Holmes
time for
said
that.
there was a time when he lost a fight, and by the time he made all the expenses, he didn't have enough for a bus ticket home.
That's pitiful.
Yeah.
And this was back in the day, bus tickets. That means he didn't even have $20 or whatever the cost of a bus ticket is, right? That's crazy. That's scary, man.
Gabriella, GP said, "Do you think Caitlin Neal will ever make it to the UFC?" I don't know. She got to put together some wins in Invicta. I think they wanted her to. I think they wanted her to win because Dana wanted that girl with the look. So, but she came up short in that Juju fight. So nah. But she got to put together some wins. Dern versus Hill. Gabby said, "Who wins that fight?" I'm gonna go with Hill.
Same here.
I'm gonna go with Hill too. I'm picking
Ain't
Hill.
Hill?
I'm going.
Oh, my bad.
Oh no, you good. I'm going with Hill. But let me say this. Let me ask you a question. Combo. How can they get all these girls named Nunez and I'm not necessarily knocking any other fighters because I do like Josie Ann and then the other girl. One of how many of it? Four of them? I don't even know, but they can get all these Nunez's in the UFC and they can't get one tenant. They can't get
Facts.
one.
I was about to say the same thing because when I heard multiple Nunez, I said, "Hold the hell on!" I thought it was one Nunez, and I was thinking many Nunez, but I heard Nunez there, flyweight. But I said, "Okay, never mind."
You got
But can't
like
you know
four of
Tanisha
them.
Tennant?
Listen, well, I think three of them is spelled S at the end, and one is spelled with the Z at the end. Like, what is it? Somebody gonna have an X at the end of their name, like Nunez? I mean, what's going on? They can get all those Nunez's in there, but they can't get nobody that even remind me of Tanisha Tennant. And I hate to say it, but like WMMA, it's great. I'm not talking about the actual fights when they happen, or even the talent level per se. I mean, I think it's starting to level out, but like the media behind it and the I mean, really, the best coverage is
Excuse me.
Combo, Coach, Attic, maybe one or two others in WMMA rankings, and everything else is just trash. All right, Luke Thomas will give you something every now and then, but other than that, it's trash. You see Ariel Hawani, look at the questions he was asking Whaley, like, why are you talking about Valentina? It's like when we want to talk about Valentina, you don't talk about Valentina, and then when it's not time to talk about Valentina, it's just it's and then what's this with Manon? Because I gotta ask you a question, Combo, because again, I didn't read it. What specifically so I can dissect Manon, as in dissect her. What did she say about Rose? What was she saying?
Well, apparently her translator said that had brought up the name because she was thinking about moving up to 125, and she said that
Oh yeah.
if she wants to challenge for Valentine, she's got to go through her since she's the number one contender.
Oh my God, I'm about to go off. I'm gonna translate Wild Tiger Eyes. I'm gonna translate it for you. Basically, the translation is in order to avoid that Valentina smoked ass whooping I'm about to catch. If Rose want to bring her true 115 behind up here, and listen, and I've been in the past, I've been a Rose fan. I think Rose is a really good fighter, but come on, Rose ain't fighting. Look, Malone will beat the hell out of Rose. Manon is almost she's not she is close as you can get to not being a 135er, but being a big 125er. Like Manon's probably optimal weight is probably 130. Probably.
I
I don't
don't
know.
I don't
But
see
I think
Rose.
Rose would
I don't.
get beat down. She couldn't do look, she would get listen because the weight, listen, they both got them karate or like taki, like it would be a bad matchup for Rose. That's what I'm saying, Combo. When they talk all this mess about Rose fighting Valentina, I don't think Rose gets through Santos. I don't think Rose gets through Manon. She probably can't handle Grandma. Who is that? Lauren Murphy. Lauren Murphy is tough. I mean, 125, that 10 pounds makes a difference. And you're a boxing guy. You know that
Yeah.
the lower you go down in weight, the more the weight matters. It's more a part of
Or up.
your body fat, whatever the hell. You know what I'm trying to say, Combo. It's more of your total weight. You know, when you're heavyweight, it ain't that big of a difference after a certain weight. You just that's how Derek Lewis can get away, but he can knock people out. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's a different story. But when you're 115 and that's all you ever gonna really be, then you try to jump to 125, man, Valentina gonna beat the hell out of you. She gonna beat the brakes off of you and anybody just below her. So come on, can you imagine Rose fighting Caitlin Nunn? I can't stand her, but
No.
come on. She gonna be sitting there just throwing that jab out, throwing that little kick out. I mean, Rose may be able to, get a few because you can land on her. You can land on Caitlin, but she'd have to catch her with an amazing kick or strike. And if it's on the ground, I just don't think she can out physical her. So I'm just, and I miss Happy Feet Hebus. I wanted to see her fight. And you know why I gave her that name, right? Wild Tiger. You know when I came up with that name, Happy Feet Hebus. You know why I call her that, right?
I don't know who you're talking about. I heard.
Amanda Hebus.
Oh, girl, that was plus fight Tracy Cortez.
Yeah, I call her Happy Feet because she got a little happy feet when she was fighting Marina Rodriguez. Instead of taking her to the ground, she got her happy ass knocked out. I mean, I'm still a fan, but I just remember that she got that happy chin, because she almost got knocked out by what my girl, what's her name, Doogie Howser. You know what I'm talking about? What was it, Verna? Verna, Verna. Man, those are two of my favorite fighters, and I can't even see them fighting no more, man. I'm frustrated right now. But anyway, what else was on the docket?
Oh,
What
hang
else
on real
was we
quick.
talking?
Gabby said Jan Jana versus Andrade, then a title shot. Yeah, if
Boy.
Andrade wins, I think. Yeah, for Andrade, if she wins, yeah, I think she could get the title shot.
And what short and flyweight?
At strawweight, yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Just gonna draw. She
I,
just brain hopping. She
you want to?
flyweight, strawweight. Oh my bad.
No, you good. You
Go
good. I
ahead.
want to say this real quick because nobody's saying this. Be honest, Combo. Now we saw how Whaley just decimated Andrade in the first fight. Are you 100%? Are you 100%? And look, even though you could say that was a mismatch, are we 100% sure that all that stuff? Because Andrade is kind of like the Terminator. Like she'll get knocked out and
Mm-hmm.
come back like nothing happened. Like she's
Right.
between 125, 115, 125. It's almost like nothing happened. It's amazing, right? My thing is, are we 100% sure that Whaley whoops her in a rematch? Because Andrade, in my opinion, is arguably the most unpredictable. Sure to fight somebody that can completely neutralize her, like maybe Nunez or Valentina, right? To me, she's the most unpredictable fighter maybe in the history of at least the
Andrade
UFC.
Pitbull.
You just don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not 100% sure that Whaley beats in a rematch. I'm not saying that she doesn't have the skill set. Of
It'll be a
course
more
she do.
competitive fight. It'll be a more
I think it'll
competitive
be
fight.
yeah, because them early. You're right. You're right. I'm gonna go ahead and let you speak in a second
Oh,
because
yeah.
usually when you knock somebody out the first time early, it's gonna be a dog fight the next time, and that's not the type
Oh
of
yeah.
fighter you ever want to be in a dog fight with. So I just wanted to answer Combo. How does he think that rematch will go, and then we'll just go for it.
It'll be competitive. That's why I love to see it again because I think Andrade, she always has a good chance of winning. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
it's not gonna go the same way. I
No,
can pretty much put money. It's not gonna go the same way.
I,
Whaley
I
could
put
knock
money
her
on
out
that too.
again, maybe, but it's not gonna go the same way. Because I don't think
It'll
Andrade
go.
gonna take the
It'll go
same approach.
past one round, first round at least. At
What
least.
you said? How long ago?
No. It'll go past the first round at least. Like
Yeah.
that. It'll
hmm
be more than the first round.
Agreed.
Who do you think gets it this time, Six?
um, if it does, like it'll be a late round finish for Whaley. That's what I feel. Whether it be I think that she would try to fight wrestle her. She'll try to wrestle her because that's Andrade's grapple and wrestle her. Like I said, Whaley's the type of fighter that she always wants to try to beat you at your own game. That's how she structured her style of fighting. That's her competitive fighting nature.
hmm
So you just study the way how Andrade is fighting, and you can guarantee that the coaches are studying that and they're perfecting a game plan to match that and catch every angle to counter everything she does. So that's how I feel that it won't be a slugfest that because that's what they usually depended on as Whaley fighting before. But now that they have many different weapons in the arsenal now and different coaches are working with her, that you will see a different Whaley in that fight. You'll see you'll see a more cautious fight. Like you won't. She knows that like both of them have a puncher's chance at the end of the day. But I do feel that it will come down to grappling and submission for that fight.
Okay. Who do you think is a tougher style matchup for Whaley, Lamos or Andrade?
Lamos.
Mm,
Lamos because of the height difference. Like there's a height difference in there,
hmm
right? There's a length difference. The more you can keep Whaley distance from you is better. That's what Rose had. Even like Joanna. Joanna was big for that division. Like she's a lanky person. Like those are the people that do good with these short, stocky fighters. Like that's a build. That's what Anderson said. These like and Adesanya, the way these guys are built. That's why I think that Lemos would give a harder fight to Whaley than Andrade would.
What do you think, Wild Tiger?
Um, I have to agree with Six. I think Namo. Wait, you talking about with the?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, style matchup. Like who's tougher for Whaley, Andrade or Amanda Lemos?
yeah, I say Amanda Lemos. I'm still trying to get into her because I ain't like I ain't no type of people that jump on the bandwagon, root for fires, but I would say Lemos, cause ain't Lemos like 5'5" or 5'3" or 5'4" something like that.
Yeah, I think they list her like 5'5". She look like she's 5'6". I like she's just like a
Yeah,
little bit shorter than Rodriguez.
Mhm.
I think cause my body, the way my body, I ain't gonna share out my height, but I feel like she got like a type of like a little well. A short torso, but like a longer limb, like her arms and her legs are like long. So
Yeah,
I think with 6'10", I think would be Lamos. And if Weili versus Lamos happen, I would definitely watch that fight. I'm not really a big fan of the excuse me, the strawweight division, but there's some fighters I like. But like I said, I'm trying to get into Lamos a little more. But yeah, I think definitely Lamos would be like a tougher matchup um for Weili.
GP said no back of the head shots from Whaley this time. She
He
was
was
there a
in
lot of back of
China.
the head shots? I thought the right hand knocked her out. And the body shots had her out.
Yeah,
No, those few shots didn't listen. It was the heat of the moment. I'm not saying maybe two of them, maybe two, maybe three, but like because I remember the ref saying something about it, so it didn't linger. But really, I agree with you. I thought it was those three, four, five, six combinations that pretty much had Andrade like, please excuse me while I head over to lay down by this gate and she punching me in the face, but in the body. But I think Lemos is the worst matchup because I think the counter striking. It not. She's a good counter striker. I mean, she's a decent counter striker. Um, Whaley, but Whaley is more of a volume puncher. Who got counter striking abilities. And I just think if it stays in the center, the problem is that Whaley gonna figure out quick. Okay, I can't throw. I can't throw 5 and 6 unless I know I'm gonna be able to get it because power for power, I think Lemos. I'm not saying the other one couldn't possibly knock the other one out, but I think Lemos could put her out with one punch before Weili would put her out. That's just my opinion based on what I've seen. But if she can make it a very close in fight, make a lot of infighting, maybe a little bit of tie clinch, get it up against the fence, elbow her, make it hard for her to use her size and length. Maybe, but on the ground, I don't know exactly how that's gonna go. I mean, in terms of strength, I guess I'm giving Lemos the edge. I don't know who's better. I don't know. I don't know who's better as far as jujitsu. I mean, but Lemos is pretty good. So I just think that if the fight goes late, if Lemos is still around, see, here's the thing. The problem is whose gas tank is gonna go first. That's my only question because I think their gas tank is somewhere similar. You know, again, if either one of them fight Andrade, Andrade ain't got a gas tank problem, but they both got good gas tanks, but not great. But I'm giving Lemos the edge. I think Lemos would beat her. I mean, Whaley tough though. Whaley can take a beating, so she might not be able to knock her out. But I would give Whaley. I would give Lemos the edge on being a little bit more dangerous because I think she's a little bit more, elusive than Andrade. Even though Andrade is like constant pressure, but she's seen Andrade. Andrade is easier to prepare for, maybe more hell to have to go through. But
Yeah,
Lemos
that's a
can
good way
still
to put
finish
it.
you too. So
That's a
it
good
is
way to
what
put
it is.
it. Okay. You got Brian Williams sneaking in the building. What's up, man?
Fine in the building.
What's up, Brian Williams?
What's up, y'all?
Mm,
I, I just
what's up?
I had to come through because I really, really, really feel passionate about this topic of the conversation. The Weili versus Andrade versus Lemos debate. But before I say anything about that, as usual, thanks for having us on, Combo.
Yes,
We
sir.
love your platform and appreciate you giving us a voice.
Oh yeah,
But
man. Definitely enjoy your opinions and your every your takes, man. So what you got, man?
on the subject of Andrade versus Weili, the first fight. That fight never really got started. So you can't really say, like, we really can't say what that fight would have been had it gone longer because we really didn't get to see it because um, they both,
Andrade didn't need. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep talking. Pause myself.
You're right. You're right. But she did. I mean, she did exactly what Cyborg did to Amanda. She went in there, got caught brawling, and that was that. But I think like this version of Andrade puts up a much better fight against Whaley. I think even all the adjustments she's made since she fought Rose. I mean, she's constantly moving her head nowadays. Sometimes it's just head movement and not necessarily strategic, but still, she's not getting caught as much. So I think it's a much more competitive fight than people give her credit for, just because she got knocked out the first time. On the
Okay.
subject of,
Yeah.
go
I got
ahead.
a question for you too. It's a good one from Gabby. She said, "Who's more durable, Lamos or Whaley?"
Oh man, I don't know. It's hard to say because we really haven't seen Lemos like pushed to the limit, in the striking match. I mean, the closest we've seen, honestly, was Angela Hill. But Angela Hill is tricky, but pillow fist, right? So not likely. Angela Hill wasn't likely to really damage Lemos. And same thing with Weili. We really haven't seen her take a lot of punches from a fighter that punches hard, except Rose. And even then, you know, Rose didn't land a whole lot on her, right? So it wasn't it wasn't a real high volume fight. So it's hard to say who's more durable. I mean, especially with the two of them getting in there together. Because if Lamos put together like combinations with her power and actually put volume on people, man, I don't know too many strawweights that could take that kind of punishment. But she's very calculated, and so we don't really see her volume striking. She's calculating, and she is a master of distance control. She's always right where she wants to be. Even if she takes a hit, you know, she'll take a hit coming in sometimes, but like if you watch her, man, she's always right where she wants to be. She's either in range or she's just out of range. She steps in the range and throws something, whether it be a leg kick, you know, a body kick, a punch. She's always throwing when she's in the right distance, when she's being calculated. Sometimes she does get a little bit overzealous and overextends herself. We've seen that in the past, but when she's fighting technically, oh man, she's something to watch. If you really look at what she's doing, she sees, oh man, in that Marina fight, she saw everything coming. Everything. That's why she dominated Marina so well. So, Lemos versus Weili, I think it depends on who's able to keep the fight at their distance. If Weili can get in and, you know, fight up close in the pocket, then yeah, she probably can overwhelm Lemos with volume. But if Lemos can manage the distance and keep Weili where she wants her, and if she can see things coming like she's seeing with Marina, I don't know, man. It only takes one punch. It only takes one punch to get through from Lemos.
Mm-hmm.
And they could be lights
One
out.
punch get through and you through.
Yep, somebody gonna be a
Hey,
highlight reel.
Brian, can I ask you real quick? I'm trying to bring this up real quick.
Anything for you, Savage.
So Santa, thank you. So I appreciate that. I tell you that if I ever make another video, I'm gonna dedicate. I'm like, this video is dedicated to Brian Williams. I'm about to go in. But look, listen, Brian, tell the truth.
Yep.
Santos versus Aaron Blanchfield. How do you feel about that matchup?
How do I feel about it? I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I'm gonna watch it.
I like. Yeah, I'm gonna if I'm able to watch it or even watch it on replay, I'm gonna watch it. But my thing is, do you think this is the only reason this happened is because Grazo is scared of, and Manon don't even know what division. Don't even like she calling out people from a division that's below her. I'm like, why don't you just get your behind down there and go in that division then? I mean, at least Macy. I'm not saying she should move down. I don't know, but at least she's saying, "Hey, I want to fight Aaron. Let's get that work." Like it's listen. I'm for fighters fighting people who want to fight and everything. But I think Aaron Blanchfield, when she get in there with somebody like Santos, and this ain't Santos just came into you. This season Santos, okay? She been sprinkled with Valentina, seasoning, So I'm like if she don't give a F to go back in there with Valentina. Valentina was giving her hell them last 2 rounds, even though she was still in the fight and still dangerous. So I give her props for staying in the fight, even with a broken orbital bone. Man, I just got a feeling that one kick or one punch, as the people would say back in the day, Brian, like she gonna know what time it is. Like she gonna, oh no, this is this is a top fighter I'm fighting. This is somebody who was a champion in another organization like me, who just fought the champ, and it's the real deal. So I like Erin Blanchfield, but I think she, I'm not saying she ain't resilient. She's not tough. And normally, I'm like, hey man, if they want it, they want it. And I guess at the end of the day, it is what it is. But man, she about to get a hell of an experience in that next fight. I don't see her win. I see it being competitive. I think she has an outside shot of winning. It could still happen. It's a fight. It's not like, yeah. Go ahead.
No, I think, I don't know, man. Will it be competitive? I hope so. Honestly, I hope so, because I think if it's competitive, at least somewhat, it boosts both fighters' stock, right? Because we get to see an exciting fight from both of them. But
I just don't want to see another top fighter go, a young fighter. And when I say young, I mean green. Green in the situation, like Megan fighting Nunez, and that fight happened in like 2-3 years. Even whether or not how you feel about the division, Megan needed another couple of years to fight that fight because she was not even mentally there. She was there to be double submitted and not. She got submitted. She got double submitted in that fight. I mean, knocked out, still conscious, head rolling, and then got the leg submission and the arm submission. I mean, it was crazy. It looked like she was testing submissions out on this girl. Like, it had no reason for that fight to ever happen, but it is what it is.
Megan was food. Matter of fact, she was room service for Amanda. It's like Amanda
7-course meal for the lioness.
But as far as the Tyler and Aaron fight, the reason I hate the fight so much is because, let's be honest, it's better fights out there staring us right in the face for both of them, right? The ideal, the best matchup that we could have made for Aaron would have been Vivi. That would have been a perfect matchup. High enough above her with the right skill set to see if, to see how Aaron's improved, see if she can level her game up. It was a great style matchup, I thought. It would have been a great style matchup, right? But they gave that to Hibas.
And she still would have had to overcome somebody who's very powerful.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite as powerful as Santos, but if she hits you enough times, you gonna stop moving or you gonna be hurt. Somebody who can do a little bit of wrestling, good at jiu-jitsu, got good takedown defense. I mean, she would make Aaron legitimately have to work. Like, no, I'm gonna have to beat her. Like, ain't no, I'm just gonna cruise to the end. Like, nah, I'm gonna have to like really put it on her. So, what was the other matchup?
So for Aaron, to me, Vivi was a great matchup. And if they wanted to give Tyler, combo, I mean, it was just staring us right in the face. And for Tyler, if they wanted to give Tyler a fight, well, shoot, you got Chikagian staring everybody right in the face. We got a fight between Lauren Murphy and Jessica Andrade coming up.
Mm-hmm.
That could, that the winner, her fighting the winner of that could have easily happened, a couple of months later, a few months later. But I mean, so I give Manon somewhat of a pass for not actually fighting.
I ain't giving her no pass.
Never mind what she said. Never mind what she said and how, and in the ducking talk. I give her somewhat of a pass because she has an actual injury that she had surgically repaired. So she needs some time off. She can't fight. She can't fight anyway.
I give her a pass after the injury, but not before.
Well, yeah.
But no, but it was a legit injury though. That was a legit injury though. But she needed to stop talking until she come back healthy. That's all I'm saying. Shut the hell up.
I'm about to shut the video off. And she's corner rows.
Go ahead, Wata.
But Grazo ain't got nowhere to go. Grazo ain't got nowhere to go.
No,
it's gonna be her. It's gonna be her.
Well, I probably won't.
that's the thing. They could have made the Grasso Tyler fight as well. If Grasso was not going to fight Valentina, they could have made the Grasso Tyler fight. That would have been perfect. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I actually do think that they're going to try to make this Valentina versus Grasso fight. I think it's going to happen.
I'm not gonna watch that fight if it happens. And if it does, I'm gonna be petty as hell like what I did.
Oh,
But
it's gonna be fun.
Valentina Shevchenko. Oh, go ahead, Combo. My
I
bad.
said it's gonna be fun. Wild Tiger, come on, you gotta watch.
It'd be fun because the thing is, see, y'all know I mostly do the UFC simulation stuff and the matches on EA UFC. Barely do the talk chill with Tigers, but I would basically do what I did with the Valentina Shevchenko versus Rose Namajunas. I played as Valentina Shevchenko and beat the hell out of Rose Namajunas. The same thing I would do with the EA UFC 4 if the Shevchenko versus the Grasso fight happens. Like I would say this, I think Grasso is a good fighter, but she gonna get her AW skill knocked out by Valentina Shevchenko. And what I heard that she got herself a wolf, but sweetheart, I don't think you're a wolf. You're gonna be a deer if you go against Valentina Shevchenko.
You're gonna be one of those what do you call them? The gazelles that get your neck stumped on by them.
Oh, damn!
I like Rise. Who was that? DJC, a Wild Tiger. You know DJC. Sports Combat.
I'm cool with him. That's the homie right there. We just
no. He cool. He a big Rose fan. He a big Grasso fan. I even seen him talk to her on
stream. Fan.
Man, I hope, man, my man gonna be crying if Grasso go in there and getting knocked.
Who you talking about?
One of the
DJ Combat C.
Oh yeah. I like that dude, man.
Man, he gonna be crying, man. She go in there and she gonna go in there and get knocked the hell out. I don't want to see it, honestly. Like I don't want to see Grasso. As much trash I'm talking, I would hate to see Grasso go in there and end up like Jessica. I would hate to see it. I would be stunned by it and amazed at the wonder of Valentina if she was able to do that. But it's like, man. But I'd be like, at the same time, be like, well, it is what it is. I mean, you was gonna end up here sooner or later. I mean, I just didn't like the way that she was kind of like ducking, running everybody. Like she just like Manon. Manon was still willing to fight anybody though, so I'm not as mad. She got injured. Manon was more like, okay, this is the person that, other than Talia Santos, you could see like, okay, this is inevitable. They probably gonna end up fighting each other if she still got the title. But Grasso, I don't know, man.
I don't know. I really don't like to doubt fighters like that or any athletes, but the way that Miss Jessica got her tail knocked out, that's what I can probably see in Grasso. But I could be wrong, so maybe I would watch that fight and pay for that pay-per-view and order me some hot wings and watch Valentina demolish.
Hot wings.
So.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm no Jamin or Two Beast, but I think Grasso gives Valentina a fairly competitive fight. I do. I promise I do. I don't think, which is, for me, one of the reasons why I'm so pissed at her for not calling for the title shot, especially at this point. It's been so long. Because I think she actually has a chance to give Valentina a competitive fight. I mean, especially if we see the Grasso that fought Bibi. Oh, that Grasso was very impressive. Very impressive. So I think I give her a chance.
Yeah,
I thought she's gonna call out my bad.
Just like Jessica, I could see Valentina submitting her before knocking a boxer like Grasso out. I don't think Grasso will make amateur mistakes when it comes to her stand up.
She
But
can't afford to with Valentina.
no,
She
you
gonna
can't.
I
have
give her
that.
that.
She gonna have that turtle shell up. Like, nah, you ain't about to kick me in the face, Valentina. I'm not gonna
Right.
let you do it.
I give
That's
her
the thing.
that.
She covers up well.
But let me ask
I
y'all
But
said
she
this.
this.
can't get
Let me ask
caught
y'all this
Oh, go
though.
real
ahead,
She
quick.
can't
Combo.
get caught
Okay.
though.
Grasso, what type of experience is she looking for? She's been in the UFC longer than Manon. That's why I give Manon more of a pass too, because she's been in here 6 years. Like, what type of experience does she need for Valentina?
I agree.
That's the question for the ages. None of us can answer that. Only she can, because I'm just like, what is one more fight? You just had a 5-round fight that you won
Yeah, that's what
dominant.
I'm saying. Because I
What
thought she
more
was
do
gonna
you
call
want?
out the bullet, but she didn't. Like, what was she
Manon,
doing?
who did Manon beat in her last 3 fights?
Maya Chikagian and
Who was the person before
Myra
that?
Bruna
Mara
Silva.
Bruna
Please.
Silva.
I don't
Mara
want to
Bruna
hear
Silva.
nothing. She's taking Brian. She's taking way consistent harder fades than Grazo. Grazo has beaten a washed up. I'm sorry, Combo. I mean, I'm still a fan of her too. What's the name? The former Calderwood, Joanne
JoJo.
Wood,
Oh, Wood,
JoJo.
the one.
Then before that, who did she beat? She beat Who did she beat? Oh, she beat what's the one Margaret Bell called a cabbage patch? Macy Barber. And then before that, I think she
Hmm.
beat somebody with the Korean girl that's not even in the UFC no more. Or might have been somebody else, but her
Who
3 fights
was
at flyweight, it's like if I heard her if it was a schedule, it's like in terms of strength or weakness, there's no comparison. Like to go from Buenos Silva is always a hard fight for people like Angela Hill is. You feel me? It's not even about ranking. It's gonna be a
Hmm.
tough fight.
Yep.
Then fight Maya, who is still a veteran, who's still tough, even though she's kind of lost a few steps. And then fight Caitlin Nunn, as combo caller. I don't want to hear it, man. And she only been there for 2 years. 2 years.
And that's what me and BJ were going back and forth about with resumes. Like we were comparing Grasso and Manon, and I'm like, well, Manon's taking more tougher fights than she has, and Grasso been here 6 years, and she's still not calling for the shot. Like she
Yeah,
should be calling for it more than anybody at this
I
point.
thought that's why you move up combo
agreed.
because you want to take advantage of getting a new division and you getting a little older. I mean, yeah, she's not quite. I don't know. Is Grasso 30 yet? I think she's 29. But no matter what it is,
Close.
she's a veteran now. Like at this point, anytime
Yeah.
you've been in an organization for 6, 7 years, that's like being in the NFL for 4. Like you're a veteran now, going into your fifth
Hmm.
season. You feel me? Like fighting is hard, man. And you've been in that division majority of your career now. Like, I don't want to hear it. Like, it's time
Shoot,
to.
fighting is hard. I want it to pay off at some point.
Yep.
I want my
Hmm.
Yeah.
opportunity.
I
You would
want my
think.
belt. Give me that contract.
Hey, let
Give
me
it
At
ask
to
you
least
this,
me.
get that.
Brian. You
Hey,
said
at least.
Grasso gives
Go ahead.
Valentina a tough fight. Gene said I think Aaron would give Val more than Grasso. What do you think?
Hmm?
See, people keep saying that about Aaron because of her jujitsu, right?
I don't
That's what it
know.
is. But no, it is in her grappling. But Aaron is small. Aaron is Valentina's size, so I don't. I'm not so high on her chances of beating Valentina because there's no size discrepancy, and so Valentina is going to do what she does to everybody.
And
She
defense
couldn't
is
do
tough,
that.
body.
Yeah. Now, I do think that. Do I think that Aaron has a chance? Sure, because they're just like Tyler Santos showed. Like Valentina can be outworked.
Hmm.
Valentina can be outworked because that's what Tyler did. Tyler was strong, yes, but she outworked Valentina, working through those transitions, and her technique was solid. She had great technique, and so between outworking her and solid technique, she was able to get into advantageous positions. So it wasn't just size and strength. Yeah, it played a part, but it was also technique and work. And so I think Aaron could put in that kind of work, but I just think Aaron's not the same like physically gifted athlete that Tyler Santos is. I don't think Erin will be as quick with some of her movements, some of the athletic explosions that Tyler Santos could do. She could explode in and out of position. I'm not sure Erin can do that. But so the reason I think Valentina beats Erin is because I think the fight stays on the feet most. And on the feet, Valentina's beating everybody. So
pretty much. Again, Grasso will, maybe offer some challenge in terms of being a boxer in the cage. But I just think she's gonna wilt to the pressure because Valentina's just gonna be patient. She's gonna read the data and she's gonna find openings. She's gonna get through that defense of Grasso. But other than Santos, like no fighter really. Okay, I take that back. Julianna Pena, actually more than Amanda. Amanda wasn't really trying to go on the ground in those two fights against her. Now, I think in the first fight, she was able to get on top of her and lit off the most ground and pound. Like literally, that moment combo when, because I think Valentina, to her credit, in a fight that she was losing, I think she had broke her hand and nobody knew it. Like she broke her hand in the Amanda fight. So the fact that her hand was broken and she was losing and she was kind of coming back at the end of that fight, that's kind of amazing, even though props to Amanda for holding on and beating her, right? But when you think about it, that moment where Amanda Nunez got on top of her and let off some shots, there was one hard shot I remember that actually landed in Valentina's face. Valentina's face is always clear. That's the only time I've seen her get genuinely full force hit in the face. Other than when Santos kicked her in her fight. You don't remember that big kick she landed? Other than that, I can't think of no other time that anybody's been on the ground or anybody that's been on the ground before Santos that delivered any type of damage, whether it was submission attempts or, striking.
Yeah. And I think Grasso is quick. Man. I think Grasso, it's hard to argue anybody being quicker than Valentina. But I think Grasso, hand speed wise, I think she can match Valentina somewhat. I think that's one of the reasons I think it's competitive. Yeah. And I'm still tripping on those high kicks that Grasso threw against Vivi. Man, I didn't see any of them coming. I didn't see those kicks until they were up at Vivi's head. It was crazy. I was like, man, when does Grasso throw kicks like this? And they were like, what? Whoa.
I didn't even watch that fight.
I think she should have.
You missed a good one, Wild Tiger.
I think she should have mixed in some more body though, because Grasso was legitimately like out working and out moving. Like there was a difference in speed. I just have to admit, like she was not catching up to what Grasso was doing. And I think if she really wouldn't have let loose on her, again, she doesn't really have much of a killer instinct unless she's for sure like, okay, yeah, you done. Let me go ahead and jump on you. But like I just think Valentina, here's the thing, Valentina is not as fast as she was maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, but she's still incredibly quick for where she's at. Like she's still one of the quickest fighters. So I still think her speed may not. I put it like this way, Brian. The speed is either slightly Grasso might be overall faster, or head to head it's level. You feel me? It's pretty much about the same. I don't think Grasso has better. I think she's not going to throw any type of punches. She would have to genuinely fake and confuse Valentina. Like she'd have to catch Valentina in some type of movement. Matter of fact, I'm sorry. Real quick, I want to go back to the something I meant to say earlier, Brian, about the Lamos versus Weili fight. The only way that Weili does anything against Lemos, she genuinely has to trap her coming in. Like she has to legitimately make her think one thing, and then catch her with an overhand right or something to the body. But you feel me? Like I think that's the only way she can win any of the striking, because when you fighting those patient, really good counter strikers, you have to make them start thinking about what you're doing. Because if you can't do that and you're a volume puncher, they're just gonna pick you apart. So anyway,
Yeah, I mean, I agree to that because again, especially with Lamos distance control, if she can keep Weili at her distance, it's gonna be hard for Weili. Just like it was hard for Weili to be real successful against Rose because Rose was able to keep the distance.
Hey, I gotta read something funny. Robot Chicken said, "Why does Val always say her foot is broken every time the fight is close? I never heard of a sore winner. Then here's Val." I just think that's a funny. Did she say that before? Like,
I don't know.
The Jennifer Maya fight, like, wasn't something hurting the Jennifer Maya fight? She was coming off surgery that time. Okay,
that was like a knee surgery, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a knee surgery that time.
But didn't she say something after she beats out Talia about that she had an injury that she didn't tell nobody?
Yeah, that's why she didn't do her dance. Mm-hmm.
But she also
I didn't like that.
She also said that the injury had no effect on her performance.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I'm like, okay, it had no effect in your performance. Why you didn't do your little dance? See, if my foot injury didn't bother me, I just see I'll be I think I got the W for hit my little spin around.
Maybe she meant after going through that hell of fighting somebody like that, I ain't got nothing left to do to dance.
No,
maybe she's like, it is respectable.
I'm gonna translate that for Valentina. I'm gonna say, Santos, you gave me that word. You had me in trouble a couple of times, and I don't want to rematch it. No, I'm just
no, I don't know if it meant all of that, but
no. I was still doing my little dance. If my foot wasn't bothering me, because when she said that during her post fight, I'm like, girl, so if your foot wasn't bothering you that much, then I'll be on the floor here, break dancing or some shit.
And that was the time to do it. That was your toughest opponent to me. That would have showed how tough that was. But real quick, Mark Robinson said Brian makes a good point. I think it's fair to say Manon is more dangerous than Grasso in general, but Manon is going to be significantly slower than Val, where Grasso really won't have that issue. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't really.
Go ahead.
I don't see Val. I hate to say this in front of combo, but honestly, I don't see Valentina having really any trouble with Manon.
Oh, no, I'm just playing.
No, I think Manon is perfect for Valentina's. Valentina is, she likes a certain type of fighter, man. I think Manon just brings that. Like, she has that aggression. She's always going to be on the offensive, moving. I think Valentina is just that patient fighter I think that's going to be the thing that wears on Manon. She was going to counter her to death. She's going to counter her to death.
I can see that. I can agree with you on most of the part. Yeah, on most of that, because
it's the judo.
Yeah, that, and Val can take these girls stand up apart. She can, and her kryptonite is physical fighters. That's why I keep saying, like, Manon needed to practice her wrestling and her takedowns in this Caitlin Chikagian fight. Like, she needed to be that type of mauler, because when she goes into a Val fight, she gonna have to be physical. She gonna have to be putting weight on Val and like giving Val no space to counter. Like, you have to take away her footwork. You can't let Valentina plant her feet. And the only way you can do that is by taking her off of her feet or staying in her chest with that type of strength. And like, Manon has those attributes, but I don't know if she used them enough in the UFC to make us say she'll do what Tyler did. Like, yeah, she's big like Tyler, but Tyler is that type of brute when she gets in there. Yeah. Mark said Manon's greatest and perhaps only threat to Val is enforcing her size. See, against Val, yep, top control clinch, grappling. Yeah, technically she won't outstrike Val like that. You know, them combinations that come, Val can land maybe 2, and then you go back and you start respecting her. Like, I mean, you see what. Of course, I think Manon's a better striker than Lauren Murphy, but you saw when Lauren Murphy tasted that one right hand, it was respect all the way to round 4, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think again, same thing I said with Lemos and Whaley. If you're gonna strike with Val, you got to be unpredictable. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how Manon traps Valentina because, like Brian said, there's enough of a speed advantage. But I still think that she could land if she was willing to do everything else right. If she could get her up against the cage, like you have to find a way to slow Valentina down. I don't care if you got a near, like you have to frustrate her to the point where when she tries to just overwhelm you with what usually she does, maybe you can take advantage of an opportunity. Maybe you can anticipate. Maybe you can throw with her. I don't know. But it's like you can't think that you're going to outpoint her. That's the problem because she'll outpoint you and then she'll just start beating the hell out of you. So, like, what she's done to a lot of people in that division.
Well, Brian,
So,
he brought up something that I agree with that I had mentioned to Coach once in his show. The fact that people going to hate this because it's Valentina, but there is something about Valentina that is predictable, and that is the combination that she throws. Her 1-2, like in the way the angle she throws it at times, is predictable. You know, and
Oh
like I
yeah.
said, she's open for an uppercut. You know,
oh yeah,
Valentina is open for an uppercut, and that's what these fighters have to look for. Like, they can't
Mm-hmm.
just say, "Oh, Val is too good of a striker." Like, she has openings. You know, they just don't want to take advantage of. They just don't have the ability to do it. But there is those openings for Valentina where she can't be hit. You know, so it's like
yeah.
you said, be unpredictable with your striking. Like, everybody is trying to basic 1-2, but maybe Grasso's the one to throw the right shots. I don't know, or
If
I
you
don't
gonna
know.
strike,
Agreed.
will she engage? I don't know.
if you gonna strike with Valentina, you have to know that that counter combination is coming. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta know it. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta drill it so that you can get underneath that combination because you know what's coming. It's that right hook, left cross, man. It's coming. It's
Mm-hmm.
coming. It's coming, and it's probably gonna be at least 1 or 2 more strikes after that. So you gotta stand your ground and throw something back to counter that. That's the only way you're gonna stand and strike with Valentina. You
Another,
gotta try to counter her as
yeah.
she's countering you.
Another thing I told Coach is that if you let rounds go by where she's not hitting you, she gets frustrated sometimes and she'll come after you. She
Mm-hmm.
goes on offense. And that's what you got to do to Valentina, get her to go on offense. You can't let her be on defense. Like, when you fall back and she's not getting off, she will come after you. Or if you hit her once or twice, she gets mad and she'll come after
Oh
you.
yeah.
So you have to
Yeah.
get her on offense somehow. You know, I've noticed
This is
that
what
with
I
her
would do.
few of her fights.
You can't fight her
Combo.
fight. Yep.
Mm-mm.
Combo. This
That's
is what I
that's the
would
big
do.
mistake that Holly made.
If I was in Manon's camp, I'd go to Amanda Nunez. Yes, yep. Despite how I feel about Nunez, I go to her team and then I ask them. I pay them. I'd be like, look, just give me some pointers about. Look, we don't know if we got the
Oh
personnel or not.
no.
Listen, hold on, wait, hold on, Walter. We don't. We ain't sure we got enough personnel yet to pull this off. But tell us. Because Amanda Nunez was good. Now I know that Amanda Nunez is arguably the best distance. Other Valentina is right there, but like in terms of distance management, you know what I'm saying? Amanda Nunez is real solid at standing where she needs to stand to take away and fill off what people are trying to do to her. It
That's
didn't
true.
work it don't work all the time, but especially with aggressive grapplers. But I'm just saying, like, don't you think maybe they because we forget how important the coaching can be sometimes, and if you can come up with a game plan to say, you know what, there's a way that we can make it real frustrating for Valentina to where there'll be some opportunities. We just gotta land on them. Because I think that's really the only way to beat Valentina. You gotta outlast her somewhat. You gotta get
Mhm.
in late into the fight, and you have to convert on every opportunity. But sooner or later, she's not gonna like the fact that, oh, you're hanging around, but you're not really, doing a whole lot. So let me go ahead and take it to you. And she'd rather be a defensively responsible fighter. But if her offense goes up, the openings might just present themselves, and when they present themselves, but
And
that's easier said than done, though.
that's what I was thinking Liz Carmouche was going to do at some point in that fight. Like, she'd been there before, like years ago with her, but I thought there was some point where Liz Carmouche was going to try to go for a takedown, use her wrestling, just to like even take some boring rounds, but to win a fight, But she sat back and did the same thing for 5 rounds, And even with Val
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Carmouche, she was moving.
Yeah. Liz know her level, man. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't trying to disrespect Liz. I'm just being real. Like, yeah, you can do all that over with you can do that over there with people who don't got rounded, rounded games or whatever. But no, that's a different version of her. I mean, she getting what she getting now in her late in her career, and she's a pioneer because she fought the first UFC fight with Ronda Rousey and all that. But at the end of the day, she didn't really win that first fight because that was a legal up kick, and she sure as hell got beat in that second fight. So, but you would think though, when you look at Liz Carmouche, she does not seem as passive as a fighter. But like in that rematch, she just basically did what she did in the first fight, just quicker. And Velazquez had nothing. She had nothing for her. I mean, she's a talented a boxer, striker, but she can't do nothing else, and she's too slow. She's too slow to. I feel that she would have eventually lost the belt to somebody that could out wrestle her and maybe can, I mean, you see that Dynamite almost pulled it off, but they didn't give
I
it
thought
to
she
her. But
did.
I thought when I watched it the first couple of times, I'm like, maybe I thought like, all right, well, maybe they saying that she caught a little bit more solid, but I thought that she was more consistently landed, and I thought that she was outworking her for most of the fight, but it wasn't to be, and now Dynamite is like what on a 3 fight losing streak,
Yeah.
3 fights,
something like
yeah.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, man, it's rough, man. But that's how it go, man. When you don't get those close victories, anything can happen to you in the next couple of fights, and then they ain't getting no younger. So
Hey,
You got to
Mark
it
evolve your
is
Marquez
what
game,
it
man.
is.
said two things are wild. Number one, we never seen Val rocked in the cage, not at all.
In the
Number two,
movie, she was Holly Berry. She got rocked.
Ah,
and then he said number
She
two,
got
we
rocked hard, even though
actually
she had like a Spanish name and it wasn't Valentina.
right. All right, number two, he said we actually don't even know Val's true level because the 1-2 leg kick works so well. We don't know what else there is. Yeah,
That's true.
that's true. When you never
yeah.
go out that box, you never know what comes. NYC Loner said, love
She'll throw
listening to
that
your
heel kick.
videos while I'm gaming. Appreciate that, man. What you playing, by the way, man?
We got another gamer in the chat.
Yeah, NYC
I
Loner
see
said
one.
he's a gamer.
Oh, she was new. Check out your videos. No, it's funny.
Oh,
I
Lolita,
gotta
what's up?
get
You
back
back?
into
Lolita
moms.
said Velasquez, she may be slow, but she jacked up Amanda's face. Juliana Velasquez? Oh, you thinking of Juliana Pena? Yeah, you talking about Juliana Pena, Lolita? She jacked up Amanda's face. Yeah, we're talking about Juliana Velasquez. All
I
right.
I'm gonna
love me
Um,
some
say
Pena, man.
I do too. I'm gonna keep on rooting for Julianna Pena.
she's a
So
good trainer
you
too.
Nunez, she is. I ain't talk about that damn Ultimate Fighter season 30 show, but like I said before, I'm gonna keep on saying it. Julianna Pena was a good coach in the Ultimate Fighter. I give Amanda her props too, but I feel like Pena was really like more so like dedicated to her team and
Oh, NYC Loner, my bad. She said I'm a lady, by the way. Okay. He said
Oh,
Metal
okay,
Gear
we got it.
Solid.
We got a
Metal Gear
female.
Solid online. Okay, Metal Gear Solid. I ain't playing them games in years.
Oh man, Metal Gear Solid, man, that was a fun one, man.
Yeah.
PS, what was that? PS2? No, I had it for PS1.
PS1 and PS2, I think.
Snake! When you would die,
Yeah.
the girl would yell out your name. You
When you
sitting
get
there, next
when
thing
you
you
get
know,
spotted. When you get spotted, man.
huh? You throw a
When you
little
get
rock or
spotted,
something,
the
try to
trick.
distract, huh? Try to go around.
Yeah.
My tail
Oh
need to get back
man,
in that damn gym. I'm gonna go
don't even
tomorrow.
talk about the gym. Oh, I ain't seen the gym in almost 365
I
days.
haven't been in the jiu-jitsu gym in I think what 5 or 4 months. I don't have no car.
You
Uber in
better
the
shit
lift,
than me.
huh?
Hey, well,
You better.
Tiger, where are you on your journey, on your fighting journey?
You know, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I don't sugarcoat nothing with y'all. I always keep it real. I am I'm nowhere near where I wanted to be. I don't know if y'all heard of Pettis brothers. I'm pretty sure y'all did. People who
Yeah.
watch a lot of
Yeah, yeah.
MMA.
Hmm.
You know the Jim Rufus Sport, which is a
Hmm.
shithole. Cash Money Cow. Um, I got well for one. I thought it was sweet and all because I was supposed to get some free gloves and the gi. I had to pay for my gi. I had to buy my own gloves, and on top of that, the gym. I think what 2 months later or a month later, the gym was like they got like the jiu-jitsu mat is bigger and got a lot of space, but the striking areas are small, and there's a lot of people in that gym, and they have us running laps and laps, and I'm small. Believe it or not, I'm a small woman,
No.
and it just like it was costing a lot, and then on top of that, I'm going through a lot of shit this year. Excuse me, a lot of stuff this year. So I've been going through like I really have. I've been unmotivated. So I called the gym, and they suspended my membership. I talked to one person, but to another person, they was like, "Oh yeah, you can just come up here." And it sounded like they had like a whole attitude. I said, "You know what? I'm not gonna mess around with funny acting people. Y'all want to have an attitude here and there and that." And y'all, I'm done with them. So I'm with this new jiu-jitsu gym, which I need to get back into. But like I said, I've been unmotivated. I do have aspirations, or how you want to say it. I do want to fight, but it's just hard to find. While I did find a gym app that's closest to me, but I just trying to get back motivated and working at Amazon 10 hours, 11 hours a day. I'd be tired. And then my day off, I'd be glued to the bed.
I hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
So
You just
yeah,
gotta one foot in front of the other, man. That's all you can do.
Yeah. I say,
yeah.
take it step by step.
Damn.
Like you can't do it full time, at least try to, put in the basic days.
Oh,
Um, yeah, I haven't hit the mat yet. That was one of the things I want to
oh
learn before I get up
God.
in this
No.
age, man. Before I hit the big 40, man. I've been trying to go hit these mats myself, but I haven't done it yet.
Go ahead. I mean, jiu-jitsu is fun. I learned so far. I can't remember everything I learned, but I learned some transitions and the armbar, which I can't do because I think I'm double jointed. I don't know if that's the case. I learned the rear naked choke, which is easier for me because I had no issues. But when I was at Rufus Ford, we had this women's jiu-jitsu class, and I was training with this other girl that was bigger than me, but we was like close to the same height, I believe, but bigger than me. And that was the time we had to do arm bars. So I was getting real frustrated. It was at the point I was about to say, you know what, F
Mm.
this, because I thought, to me, when I was watching fights, I thought arm bars would be easy to do. But like I said, like I used to get up at 5 when I was working like uh 6:30 to 5. 6:30 in the morning to 5 at night or evening, whatever.
Mm.
And I'll go to the gym and some of you don't know, but before I was working at Amazon, I almost had my leg broken. And with me being so stupid, keep pedal to the metal and everything, it keep working through the pain. Um, I think it jacked up my legs a little more. So when I went to the gym, my legs really didn't have no support for me to like go at it, but I pushed through the pain. So uh, the last time I did went to the gym, I think the last thing I learned was how to get into side control or something like that, and we did like some type of flips and escape guard, and that's all I know. I'm still white belt, no stripes,
Mm.
so
It's all right. You gotta
I'm
start
just letting
somewhere.
yeah. So I'm just letting y'all know, like I do have it's aspiration. I do have inspirations of becoming a fighter. Also, I'm a big fan of pro wrestling, so it's like I'm in the middle of between paths, and I'm trying to quit Amazon, trying to go to school. I'm trying to do everything. So I'm just trying to take my time and not go fast and furious with myself. So I do that a lot, and I'm working on trying to take my time because that's one thing I don't know how to do is take my time with myself or anything. So yeah.
You got, you eat pizza one slice at a time. So you just gotta
Mm-hmm.
break it down to manageable mouthfuls.
True. I'm trying to also get my license to get a car. So, and I never done sports before, so that's another thing too. Even though I got that energy and that adrenaline, I can't say the word right.
Oh, adrenaline. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
yeah. To really whoop somebody, you know what? Because that's how I be feeling at work. I'm ready to rip somebody's head off, allegedly. But
Allegedly.
that's
Mhm.
that's the type of mindset I want to keep in my head because I always wanted to do sports, but my parents never put me in sports. So, you know, I'm just trying to have that in mind. Like I'm a small woman, not that big, not that tall, but I want to have that energy. Like I'm a wild tiger, but also got that energy as a pit bull. So you want to F with me, I'm gonna let you know what's up.
You
Yeah,
Adam.
bust that head wide
Mm-hmm.
open.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
mean, that's a good thing,
look at Rose Namajunas. She a slim little girl, but she over here head
Mhm.
kicking people out. So.
Yep,
Hmm.
put
Yep.
Whaley right on her face.
Oh, I wasn't
Sorry,
mentioning that.
sorry,
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Whaley fans, it'll be all right. But anyway, um, since we, you being a
Oh, hang on real quick.
fighter
Gene
from
T was I'm out of here. Happy New Year, folks. Yeah, Happy New Year, Gene. See you later,
Happy
man.
New Year, man.
Happy New Year to you.
Like, since I was thinking, since we really trying to get encourage Alexa Grasso to get in there with Valentina. I think we should use another one of somebody else in our little community that has some experience in the past with fighting. We even did a little bit of training. We should give her an ultimatum, like either your ass go in there with Valentina, or we gonna lock you in a room with Genesis Green.
Mm-mm.
I guarantee if she can't knock out Valentina, she ain't knocking out Gigi. She gonna be dancing all night until she get tired. Genesis is crazy. She'll put her through a wall. She don't care.
I say one thing about me is I know my tail be cutting up promos a lot. That's I don't know, man. I just be pushing myself like give me the microphone. Let the wild talk speak her mind. I got something for you, especially you, Valentin Shevchenko. You the bullet, but
See,
I don't care.
you came up off of wrestler, so you got that right mentality. But like you be dead
Yeah,
serious
that's
though. You combine the two spirits between the entertainer and the fighter. Like, you know what?
yeah.
I think you would cycle a lot of those girls out. You would beat them before they even talking about you look into the wild tiger eyes. I'm gonna set you on fire when it comes to Saturday night or whatever. And they gonna go in there like that girl crazy, something wrong with her. They gonna go in there. That's thing you know, bam, you just gonna catch them and they just gonna fold because that stare down. You know what I'm saying? They just gonna be sitting there like, what am I fighting tonight? You know?
Yeah. And you know what? I want to thank my brother, my two oldest brothers who put me on wrestling because they used to act like they was wrestlers. And I was like, what in the hell is y'all doing? And then they turned on to SmackDown. So I said, okay. I said, I fell in love with it. And then watched it at age of 3 to, I saw after my great grandma passed away, like back in 2013. I got back into it, and that's what I was saying. Like, I think one of my super chats I put in, I said I feel like some of these MMA fighters, even though pro wrestling is scripted and it's not actual fight, but even though wrestlers do get hurt too, but like entertainment wise, that would be good because see, I watch like what you were saying, Robert Henry. I watch a lot of pro wrestling, so I'm trying to not still like I'm just trying to be like act like okay, well let me get in my entertainment bag while I'm in the press conference, and then when I step in the octagon, I'm telling you guys what's up. Like I said,
Right.
I'm a small
You're supposed to
woman,
do that, yeah.
but
Hmm.
I mean,
I
I like.
don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you good.
I was just gonna say that a lot of fighters, because they are so worried about their image, they don't let their personality naturally come out. You can be calm
Hmm.
and speak. You don't even have to threaten your opponents. Like GSP would do weird stuff like hype up the person he getting ready to beat up. Like you don't have to be aggressive in like a rude way. But I don't like fighters who act like they're really nice guys and they're not.
Agreed.
I don't like that. I don't.
Agreed.
This is why I like Pena. My favorite moment
Hmm.
with Pena is not even a trash talk. It was right after the last post conference. I keep looking back at it where she walks up to Amanda and they're like, "All right, everybody, for the bantamweight champion, whatever." And they were sitting there staring at each other, and it was like she momentarily broke a Nunez or made Nunez look more awkward than she ever kind of looked but at a press conference because right at the last second, Nunez tried to like shake her hand or give her a dap or something. And Pena just sold it. She just gave her that cold blood look like, bitch, no. And just walked right off. I was like, oh my God, she's for real. She wants
She's a
that
heel.
belt.
Yeah,
She's ready
that's
to die
already.
for that belt. Like she was like
Hmm.
don't you dare like Pena sold the whole fight like it's been six
Hmm.
years. You've been holding on to my belt. I need to get a hold of it. Like that's how she sold it. Like she would go as far as she wanted to the almost the delusional level of just like
Hmm.
it was like conspiracy theory. But I loved every moment of it. I'm like somebody who genuinely want to
Yeah,
fight
she.
her and take the
She's a
belt.
heel,
Thank
man.
God.
Hmm.
You need a
I was
heel.
with it with me.
Heels promote
Yeah,
fights.
that's true. I like Sunface, but I mostly hear I like most heel uh, personalities because I'm kind of one of them. I ain't gonna. I got that type of attitude
Yeah,
I be having is like I don't give a I ain't
we
gonna
all
say
know
that
you a
curse
we
word
all know you a heel, Wild Tiger.
because I tell them off
Yeah.
real quick. I say, look, we gonna be nice or you gonna play mean, but. Another fight I would say is Ronda. Even though I don't like Ronda Rousey like that, but I give her props. When she's a heel, she's one of them good heels in the while she was in the UFC, even right now in the WWE. When she's like a face, well, she's a face in the WWE. I, it wasn't really given, but for me, like Ronda, like I said, Pena and Ronda Rousey for me is like one like the best got the best heel personality, and I feel like a lot of people don't get it. Julianna Pena her credit for like having that heel personality, and like trying to sell the fight. While Amanda Nunez is like, okay, Like like got that baby face type of personality. Um,
uh, I like Macy Barber, how she just like you see how she dissed Aaron Blatchfield. Like it was kind of like weak but good at the same time. Like she completely just ignored her skills as a jujitsu. Or so what do you think about? I mean, nope, she never really faced anybody that was really good on the ground.
And
But the only thing
she
about
dismissed Miranda. I was like, come on, Macy, what you doing?
yeah, she ain't had that to do. She ain't had that to do, combo.
Yeah.
But the thing about Macy called, this and Aaron, like, all right, but you leaving the division, so now what?
Yeah, that
oh,
is.
she
talking
leaving
about
the division for real?
She
I thought
talking
she
about
was
going
gonna
down to
allow it.
115.
Yeah.
She wants.
Yeah.
Oh, that
She talking
is
about going down to
right.
115. So like,
Nah.
Wait a minute,
why you crapping on Aaron and you leaving the division?
Maybe it's all the
Come on.
bait. Maybe it's like, no, you need to get this work while you can. Well, it's too late because she already about to get all the work she can handle with Santos. So I don't know what Macy gonna do, but I like Macy,
hey,
but Macy. This is why I don't think Macy should move down. I think Macy is just somewhat starting to find her footing at 125. She's starting
I
to
do too.
figure out a way that she can fight optimally, like optimally, where she can actually, be in these fights that maybe like we think, I don't know if she's gonna win it. But if she makes the fight, if the fights are close and they get late, all it takes is one hard punch by Thanos, just one hit. She can change that fight. So I'm like, I think Macy, this is just my opinion. Like, yeah, she'd be a little quicker at 115. But again, you're gonna be down there with the motorbikes and the
uh,
Ferraris. So I mean, if you think she getting tagged consistently now, boy, the amount of strikes per minute on that big bean head, she gonna
hey,
have to like be able to like grapple. Then if I don't think she's gonna be that much quicker. Can you imagine her in there with Rose or Whaley? I mean, these people are fast within what
Yeah,
they do.
mm-hmm.
So once
yeah.
they start letting off, like, and I don't think Macy got the best chin because she got dropped by a couple people. So I'm like, I don't know,
I
I,
mean,
man.
I, th- I don't know. Combo, what you think, man? I wonder if Macy is talking more, is wanting to move down to 115 more so because she wants to make a lifestyle change for her, like outside of fighting. Maybe she just want to lose weight, um, and and
she don't look that bad.
make a lifestyle
Yeah,
change. Because I mean, no, Macy at 125, she looks a little chunky. She looks a
no,
little
she is a
chunky.
little
She gained a
chubby.
little
She is
bit
a
of
little
weight.
chubby.
You know what I mean? So I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe it has more to do with that than actual fighting.
Look, Brian, it's gonna be a lifestyle change. We shouldn't get her ass beat at
Hey,
115.
that's all I'm
That's
about
gonna be
to
a
say. I
major
said, let
lifestyle.
me find out she gonna turn like Misha Tate when Misha fought against Lauren. Like, dude, Lauren Murphy whooped the hell out of Misha Tate. It looked like Lauren Murphy took a thick, like y'all know them little old school thick textbooks that y'all used to have in
Oh, you
schools
said
and shit.
thick.
The
Yeah,
thick
yeah. I
ones,
was thinking you
the
first,
big thick
Brian, but I
ones.
got
It
it now.
like Lauren Murphy went smack, smack on Misha Tate face. And I feel bad for Misha. I'm like, girl, you should say at 135, but that's what I'm saying. If that happened to Macy Barber, I don't know if I'm gonna laugh, feel bad, or send prayer for the friend. Cause
No,
I
eh,
mean,
Wild Tiger. No, Misha
what's up?
Tate got beat so bad it looked like, I don't know if you ever seen it before. Combo or Brian probably seen it. You ever saw the unabridged Webster Dictionary, the one that's so big they got to sit in like a
Oh
little
yeah.
holding? It's like somebody just dropping it on her face for the whole fight. Bam, bam, bam.
Dang. That's my own thing.
She was just sitting there, just like getting hit all night long.
If taking that L didn't convince Misha that it's time to hang it up, I don't know
Nothing
what
I
will.
will.
feel bad for
Nothing will,
Misha.
but
Because
but but the what you call it, the licensing crew, the people who got Evander out, like the commission or somebody will have to be like, nah, we won't give you a license to fight anywhere anymore. You know.
Well, that's the thing. Well, if she wasn't coming, if she hadn't come back, on her whole, I want to be the champion again tip, I wouldn't say much about it. But like,
right,
she lost. She won one fight against the retiring Mario Renault.
they lost 2
She
fights.
got beat by Ketlin Vieira, and like mercifully, Ketlin didn't step on the gas pedal and just demolish her.
But that shows you how bad a striker she is, because Ketlin's not even the best striker, and she beat the hell out of her.
But she's long, man. Ketlin is long. Ketlin is long.
Yeah. I mean, she was able to use her reach. But what I'm saying is, a better striker though would have been in there with a little bit better than what Miesha Tate did. Like Miesha Tate, like those last 2 losses in her career, like either one of those would have been enough to be like to take consecutively. I mean, Amanda Nunez just took her soul, and then whatever remnants of her spirit was left.
Rocky
was that Cat that beat her?
No, it was Rocky.
Rocky
Pennington.
Just whatever was left with.
That's she retired off Rocky.
And then Rocky got towed up from the floor up later. But see, Rocky made a comeback, even though she didn't retire. Rocky has made some improvements. It doesn't mean she's going to be able to beat Nunez, but it means that she's a better and more durable fighter maybe than what she was. She's a better fighter. Let me say this. She's a more experienced fighter, but I don't know. Cupcake Tate just need to just let it go. Like she's literally like this pioneer fighters. You know what I'm saying? You know how they say
the time passed by. Seriously.
Like you know how they say Ali or Jim Brown, like they possibly could have fought or been competitive in the current time. Like this is not Cupcake Tate is not that type of fighter.
It's not.
Yeah,
he's not.
So let me ask y'all this: even though Miesha probably gonna be at the point she gonna then retire, I think I asked this before, but what y'all think about Julianna Pena versus Miesha Tate? How y'all think that fight will go if it ever happens? I think Pena gonna whoop Miesha. I know they good friends, but
she gonna be the hell out of it.
That's the difference. Like Miesha thinks they're good friends. If something was on the line, Julianna Pena would beat Miesha Tate like she stole something from her.
She sure would.
Beat her like she did something.
She gonna turn into the
beat like she spit in her mama's face.
What you think, Combo?
The hell out of her
her mind changes. Pena's mind changes when it's time to fight.
Sure do. Look, that's what I'm saying. Like Pena on Nunez forehead, like. It's like you know how you got beef with somebody that's down the street from you or some shit. That's how Julianna Pena is. She's like, you know what, man, Nunez down the street from me or whatever. I'm gonna keep calling you out, and I just think I don't know. Like that's what I'm saying. I think Miesha won't survive with Pena because Pena will probably go back in her, just like what y'all was saying. Like she stole something for her shoe.
And when she come to. After she done broke her arm and bloodied her face, she'll be like, oh, let me help you pick up your eye and all that. But while the fight is happening, she's a wild dog with rabies and extra sharp teeth. She is not thinking about, I remember when you was the champ. Nah, I'm about to rip your
intestines out. What the hell? You know what?
Like Pena is generally crazy in the octagon. She does not care. So I'm like, she just need to go back to whatever she was doing before,
Oh man.
Why she can still remember her first and last name. She just need to go ahead and retire now. Talking about how you doing, Miesha Tate? Miesha who?
Yeah, Mojo said that is a fish out of water in today's MMA. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
She just ain't involved.
And remember, like Misha didn't think Lauren Murphy was gonna have anything for her. Remember all the
Hmm.
crap she thought
She
she was
was
being
having mash.
respectful. She was being respectful, but she didn't think Lauren Murphy had anything to offer.
Oh yeah. Until she said with Lauren,
Got washed.
Lauren went boop, 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 and then they got me. She said it looked like a mushed up
No,
cupcake. I said, oh, that's not a pretty cupcake no more. That's an ugly,
that's a burnt up
smushed
brownie.
up. Yep, that's what it was.
You know,
I had to
Brian,
turn my TV off.
she thought, oh, this gonna be like when I fought Renault or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
no,
Oh yeah.
no,
Nope.
no, no. And my thing is, Renault, in my opinion, yeah, she may have still been able to edge it out, but Renault was just fighting out of contract. That was the
Yep.
most I've seen Renault not seem like she was even in the fight mentally. Like
Nope.
it's like
Yeah,
you
I
never
thought
seen her get finished. You never looked like she was going like I ain't gonna say she quit, but it was like the pressure was there, and it was like she was like, I'm on the ground. She didn't have that extra oomph. It was like she was beat down. She was ready to go. But Misha Tate, I mean, not Misha Tate, but Lauren Murphy, who after she finally fought Valentina, I started kind of liking her again. And I kind of felt sorry for her just going there getting
you
beat
said
up, talking about, I don't know, was it Valentina or Michael Jordan there beating the hell out of me. But anyway, remember that combo. But yeah, I like how she beat the hell out of her, you know, thinking, oh, it's just another older fighter. Like, no, you the
Mm-hmm.
old fighter. You really old. You
yeah.
from another generation, like, you know, far as
She a
WMMA, you
veteran in the
must be from the
UFC.
50s or
Yep.
somewhere. I don't know.
And the thing is no shame in her retiring when she did. I mean, that was a good time for her to retire.
See, if I got my tail whooped,
And she's great
I
on the
need
mic.
my manager or I need my coach to tell me. I said they're like, okay, Aja, you going to retire? So I'm like Rogan, DC, somebody, you know it. Yeah, it was a good run in USC for I don't know how many years, and many times I fought, got drop kicked, and I went running with somebody. But the Wild Tiger Aja has retired.
All right.
Cause
There
I'm
it
not gonna
is.
take a beating. Cause that's gonna be like what head trauma you gonna have to suffer and all that.
You
And
see,
you still
Ronda never
trying?
came back.
Yeah, Ronda got her
They
tail
would have
beat
paid.
by
They
Holly
would have paid
than
Ronda so
Nunez.
much money to come back, and Ronda still didn't come back. Like, now let me go over here and do the WWE. I can make
But
some
that's a
good
smart
money.
move.
I ain't got to get hurt no
Shoot.
more. Let's get that.
Dude, the whole WWE universe of love. I ain't a fan of her. I don't care about her, but I like her as a heel, but I don't care about Ronda. Yeah, everybody gonna tell me Ronda is that's okay. Okay. But Kayla Harrison, that's what I forgot. But I'm the queen of
Oh my
MMA.
God, I have not spent no time
Sis.
destroying Kayla Harrison on a live stream, but
I'm gonna leave Kayla
man,
alone, you know, because
and,
I've
and,
been
yeah.
I'm gonna be nice today, Combo. I'm gonna be real good in your stream. I ain't gonna I ain't gonna press nobody no more. I gotta get ready to go too.
I
I got
am the
work tomorrow.
queen of
Oh, it's
WMMA.
all good. Look, hey, you had some good points. Both y'all had some good points today, but man, it's pushing almost midnight. I just looked at
Yeah,
the
it is.
time here. But
Yes, sir.
yeah, we about to wrap this thing up. I appreciate everybody that came in, but before we go, let me get y'all's final thoughts. I'm gonna start with you, Bob Tiger.
Okay. Final thoughts of just with anything?
Yeah, anything, whatever you got
Okay.
for the end of
So
this.
yeah, 2022 finna
Mhm.
end. There's no fights, so hopefully in 2023 we see much better promotion. Well, not promotion. A lot of call outs and promos from the for the flyweight division and bantamweight division. Um, hopefully we get some good fights too. I want to see Pena fight, Taylor fight. You know she fighting in 2 months. I want to see Valentina Shevchenko fight, Nunez fight. But yeah, I just want to see like some more good fights in the next year and better call outs and hopefully nobody ain't gonna be like uh Cam Harrison trying to call himself the Don Stole Queen of MMA and got the tail whoop And but yeah, hopefully like people, so these flyweights start that moves up cause our advantage to Shevchenko while they're at the bottom move their way up. And within myself also I'm gonna get into the training next year. Within end of this year, I'm gonna get myself a car. So this like I said, the wild tiger is coming, but she's in the works.
Let's
Going to
go.
the gym.
All right, and we backing you on that too.
Yeah.
You know, keep pushing.
Keep on pushing. Oh, sorry.
All right, what you got, Brian?
Man, I think as the year comes to a close, I'm looking forward to next year in WMMA, MMA in general. But this our thing. Um, things I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Tyler Santos beating down the upstart Aaron Blanchfield, even though I like Aaron. I need Tyler to stay in the. I need Tyler to maintain her position so she can get back to that rematch more quickly. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I hope that we do get the chance to see Valentina fight somebody before the summer. So I'm hoping my prediction is correct with that being Grasso. I think other people are saying it too, but I think Grasso, Valentina fighting Grasso in like March or April would still make perfect timing for a Manon fight, in August or July. So
Mm-hmm.
good luck
That'd be
to all
perfect
ladies. Whether I like their personalities or not, even Pena, I gotta respect the game, gotta respect what they
Thanks.
do, the hard work that goes into
Respect.
it. So, and you too, Wild Tire.
Thank you.
That's
Respect
Always,
all I
me
got,
as
always.
well.
Combo.
All right, all right. What about you, Savage?
Well, before I get started, I apologize to even though he's not here, TJ 347. We won't hit the 5 hour mark tonight. So anyway,
Ah,
but this
Well,
might be
four
the
and a
long
half.
yeah, this might be the longest stream I've been on with you, though. I don't know. I know we was up to around 340 last time. But anyway, rest in peace next year for Aaron Blackfield. No, hold on, wait.
you
Oh,
petty.
Uh,
You
she was a nice
petty.
he was
she was a
waiting for
nice
that.
prospect until Taya. I mean, Taya gonna have to finish her. She want that Valentina. All right, let me not go there. But um, my final thoughts is, I agree with Brian. Hopefully, we see Valentina sometime by the summer. But I predict, I turned 40 this year, so I won't be probably seeing Valentina fight again until I'm 42. So I don't know. We'll see.
Ah.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh.
I'm hopeful, even though I'm probably about to miss a lot of fights because that's just again, I can't keep up with it no more. So I might have to. I don't know. I might have to figure out how to talk about something else. But um, I'm hopeful for WMMA and the future of it, and
Mm.
hopefully maybe by the end of next year or whenever I can get back like I want to. And Combo, I'm still taking up on your offer. Whenever you come up with some poetry or something you want to share with me on Instagram, because I'm gonna start posting a little bit more over there, and just I don't know. I'm gonna try to get more active. I'm trying to do a bunch of stuff in 2023. So
Okay. Yeah.
That's what's
DM
up.
me on Instagram again. I can't find your account in my list here.
yeah, my
Oh.
account has been hacked, and I had to
Okay.
fight to get it back. But I got multiple accounts. But
Dang.
my main one. I got you on there. Matter of fact, I'll DM you before I go to. As soon as I charge this tablet up, I'll DM you. Um, so you'll know what account it is or whatever. But I still got your old DMs there. So
Okay.
yeah. Other than that, I'm just gonna. And speaking of pizza, I know Brian did something earlier about pizza. Maybe it was a
Who got
metaphor.
pizza?
I'm trying to avoid pizza and wings. In 2023, pray for me because I plan on working out. I plan on I plan on working
Dude.
out every day every single day, even if it's just 15, 20 minutes, elliptical, treadmill, and maybe mix in some walking where I can because I'm almost in the super heavyweight division now. I'm not,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna try to get George. Hopefully, I get George Page to come on the journey with me or something. I don't know, but yeah. Other than that, everybody have a happy New Year's.
You as
Hashtag
well.
WMMA Universe.
When's the next podcast coming?
I don't know, man. We're gonna have to get Agent Mulder and Scully on that one. I don't X Files.
More,
I mean,
dude. I ain't for the.
look. I'm on podcast 27. I done had it for about almost 3 years now. I don't know. It's like I know
I'm
you're
about to
gonna be
ask
on.
you about that too.
You're gonna be on
I was
200 before I be on 50.
two
I don't
things.
know. I'm gonna have to start something else, dude. I just don't have time. But y'all will be notified of anything I do, and follow my main channel. Maybe I'll post up a something, share some more poetry or something. I'm doing some stuff behind the scenes. I'm working on some stuff, but the WMMA thing, it gotta take a little. I don't know if I'm coming back. Let me say it that way. I'm like Mayweather
Really?
right now. I'm like
Take your
Mayweather,
time.
but hey, but remember, when Mayweather did come back, if he did come back, or Jordan wearing the 4-5, you'll know what's up. You know
Okay.
what's up. All right, we'll leave it right there.
Sounds good,
Um,
y'all.
Another thing I want to add, I forgot to add is the two things is I want to see the sister Tanisha Timmett and other black women in the UFC more. I know how the UFC is, but I want to see more of them in the UFC winning belts. And also, I do got videos coming out, even though I posted in my community post, but I do got simulations. I got a lot of stuff planned out for 2023. Like I said, this year, your girl been tired and I just been working. Amazon been working like a damn dog. So I'm gonna take my step at a time with the gym and posting videos on Insta, YouTube, and all. So y'all be posted. If y'all follow me, if you don't, that's okay. But
I
yeah.
follow you. I
Yeah,
try to follow him.
we definitely sub and following.
Yeah, and no
So.
mentions of Joanna Bojangle check or Cupcake Tate in 23. Thank you. All
Oh, come on.
Hey, I can't
But what if I
guarantee that,
want?
though.
right.
What if I want to do Wild Tiger versus Mojo or Wild Tiger versus Misha Tate and I
she
can
ain't
beat
she ain't coming
boom
back.
boom boom?
Like she ain't coming back. I don't know why
Oh
she
no,
keep
not more
going.
talking to you, but in the game, you already know how you I just
Oh
throw
yeah.
anybody with the Wild
Oh yeah.
Tiger.
I
You don't
like your
run.
games.
Oh,
I don't
thank you.
comment enough, but I watch your videos. It's
Thank
funny.
you. Yeah, I miss doing. I posted two on Christmas. Just to be goofy. But yeah, I got that Pena versus Nunez should. It's not official, but I'm gonna pay as Pena and see, if I like see how I can go, how Pena can get the win, either by decision
Oh,
or finish.
Hey, combo. You see how we squeezing every drop out of this
Oh yeah,
live
yeah, I
stream?
see that.
We
Mm.
ringing the sponge.
I was just thinking about that.
Look, we're trying to get close to that. Never mind, let me stop. All right, man. I appreciate what you do, and
Trying to see
no, no, no,
explosive,
no, no.
bro.
Let's. This was a big year. This was a big year for WMMA Universe, and like my man
Hmm.
Combo. Like my man Combo took what he took 3 years to get to 1K.
Yeah,
Like a million views and like I don't know, probably hundreds of thousands of watch time hours, and like you went from that, and within like 3 months after you got it, you
Right.
about to be at like 3,000
You double,
subs.
yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's how they
Doubled
say
up.
Salute
once you
to
get the
you,
engine going,
Combo.
once you get it going, it start running by itself. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna be putting in that work. I'm trying to get like him. I'm at 442 subscribers, but I don't care where I'm at. I support y'all because y'all real people, y'all cool people. So that's all I do. I really don't post too much.
Yeah, I
It's all
appreciate y'all,
good.
but I'm gonna be back on maybe Friday. Talk about something. If
Okay, how
something
you
of
gonna look
interest
out?
comes up.
fantasy matches. That ain't gonna never happen. But we about to turn WMMA about to turn into boxing.
Oh boy. Oh man.
All right, y'all have a good New Year's.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
All right. Happy
Y'all have a
New
good
Year.
one.
All right, peace.
All right. And F is the dopest WMMA community anywhere. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Definitely. Everybody gets a little passionate, but nobody goes overboard. Everybody's been pretty real about how they feel. Everybody has their opinion. And that's what I like about it. Everybody has their opinion, but it's respectful. I mean, we get into it sometimes, but hey, that's what it is. So yeah, man. Good show, everybody. The list, I came on with earlier. I just actually sat down a couple of days ago and did it as far as my favorite submissions and everything. And to me, final thoughts overall, I think 2022 was a good year. Thought it was a very good year for WMMA. Hopefully it's even better next year. I do want to see if Whaley can keep her belt, but I know Lamos is right there. So hey, if Lamos can get it, oh well, right? But I do want to see Suarez come back. I didn't say that earlier. I do want to see Suarez come back. I know a lot of y'all don't believe she'll make it, but that's another thing I want in 2023. I want Suarez back. I want her back. Okay. So yeah, make sure y'all subscribe. Shout out to everybody in the chat, subscribers as well. Yeah, it's a big year for me for 2022. Hit the 1,000, now hit 2,000. Hopefully this year we hit 3 or 4, right? But yeah, like I said, this is free promotion for WMMA fighters. So it benefits them. So hit that like, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll catch y'all Friday. You subscribe all these platforms where you hear the show. Like always, Combo Breaker 99. It's your favorite WMMA podcast. I'm out. Subscribe. Peace.